The coil night breeze, the half-hidden moonlight, and the instincts of an assassin all murmur the same message. A man named Leon is observed genuflecting before an individual known as Deruth. This individual, Deruth Robert, has been forewarned by some that Leon's life might meet its end tonight at Deruth's hands. Deruth commends Leon for his exemplary performance as the head of their clandestine operations. Thanks to Leon's clandestine endeavors, the family's ascension in influence has been considerably accelerated. Leon modestly responds that he simply fulfilled his duties, but Deruth inquires if a shadow truly seeks emancipation. Leon firmly asserts that shadows are meant to obey their master's directives, devoid of independent thoughts, emotions, or intellect. Deruth acknowledges Leon's understanding with a gentle tone, then abruptly shifts to a menacing one as he probes how Leon managed to break the brainwashing shackles, fixing a piercing gaze on him. Perspiring, Leon privately ponders how Deruth discerned this secret. Brainwashing is the method by which the Robert family controls their assassins' organization, known as Shadow. They either abduct or purchase children, forcing them into lifelong servitude as assassins for the family's benefit, engaging in various unsavory and nefarious activities. In essence, these children are groomed to become the family's devoted underlings. Leon, too, underwent brainwashing, but fortuitously managed to liberate himself from its clutches. Now he implores Deruth to reveal how he uncovered this truth. Deruth discloses that all assassins, including Leon, bear two collars. One represents brainwashing. To demonstrate the other, Deruth flicks his fingers, causing Leon to suddenly cough up blood and writhe in excruciating pain. Leon describes the sensation as akin to his heart being mercilessly dissected. A sinister grin spreads across Deruth's face as he explains that Leon is now afflicted with the rage worm, a malevolent enchantment. He reveals that an insect within Leon's body is devouring his heart, having been commanded to do so by Deruth. It is considered the most abhorrent form of control, granting dominion over the emotions of slaves. Leon, bewildered, questions why brainwashing wasn't sufficient and why they resorted to employing rage worms. He finds Deruth's conduct repulsive, especially considering the latter's self-righteous facade. Deruth responds by asserting that he aims for thoroughness, remarking that every person wears a mask, and his mask just happens to be more impenetrable than most. Leon was abducted at an age where memories are scarce, raised as the Robert family's relentless assassin hound. As the leader of the Shadow, he existed devoid of emotions and an independent mind. By sheer coincidence, he stumbled upon a breathing technique known as the fire ring. It seemed to be a divine skill once possessed by the continent's most exceptional swordsman, granting him an unexpected escape from brainwashing. He had dared to dream of freedom and dared to hope. Yet he questioned why, instead of liberation, he faced a death devoid of purpose. He wondered about the sins he must have committed to meet such a senseless end. Clenching his teeth, he muttered in frustration, determined not to perish so meaninglessly. If he were to die here, he vowed to at least inflict an injury upon Deruth, if not take his arm. With unwavering resolve, he charged toward Deruth, declaring that he wouldn't meet his end in such a pitiful manner. Regrettably, Deruth exhibited unmatched skill and swiftness, effortlessly beheading Leon as he lunged forward. As Deruth gazed down at Leon's lifeless body, he silently acknowledged that he had believed he had accounted for every contingency. But Leon had broken free from brainwashing and even attempted an assault while enduring the torment of the rage worm. Reflecting on the absurdity of being bitten by his disposable hunting dog, Deruth decided it was no longer worth his concern, ordering other shadows to dispose of Leon's remains. Dying slowly, Leon acknowledged that Deruth was widely recognized as the continent's most formidable martial artist. Leon recognized the vast gap in their strength, making it impossible for him to prevail. However, his eyes suddenly widened with the realization he found a way. He seethed with resentment over a life devoid of purpose, marred by humiliation and manipulation. He yearned to complete the elusive first ring. In his desperation, he implored for assistance, regardless of whether it came from God or the devil, to exact his revenge. As his necklace emitted a faint glow, a system notification proclaimed that Leon had been chosen by rage. The system intended to process Leon's body, but abruptly, a red notification appeared bearing the word error. signaling a disturbing turn of events. The panel shifts in this picturesque scene, an azure butterfly, resplendent in its cobalt hues, delicately flutters amidst the radiant cerulean canvas of the cloudless sky. Beneath this celestial backdrop, a verdant expanse of emerald grass undulates gracefully, a testament to nature's vitality. Atop this lush carpet, a profusion of golden blooms, their petals a vivid manifestation of chromatic opulence, imbues the landscape with a vibrant, effervescent energy, orchestrating a symphony of color and life. A radiant woman is observed tenderly interacting with her infant, affectionately referring to him as Sonny while embracing him and praising his cuteness. Deep within, the infant reflects on his situation, acknowledging that he still struggles to fully adapt to this reality. He recognizes the woman cuddling him as Sylvia, finding it difficult to believe that he has been reincarnated as her child, retaining the memories of his past life as an assassin. Initially, he considered it a mere dream, slumbering for 100 days in vain hopes of awakening from it. However, as time passed, he resolved to accept his rebirth. Sylvia cradles the baby near the window, commenting on the splendid weather of the day and expressing her anticipation for the return of the family patriarch, hoping to christen the baby with a dignified name. Inwardly, the baby contemplates that Sylvia can't continue to call him Sonny indefinitely. He also muses on the prolonged absence of the patriarch, surmising that the patriarch must be extraordinarily occupied to remain out of sight for over 100 days. He reflects on his situation, acknowledging that much remains unclear since his reincarnation, except for the fact that he now resides within an opulent household, a renowned and powerful family. He believes it's more advantageous to be born into such a prestigious family than an ordinary one, considering his burning desire for revenge still dominates his thoughts. However, he recognizes the need for patience, confined to this room without knowledge of the family's location, status, or current circumstances. Moreover, he's aware of his unfinished business from his past life, unable to complete the fire's ring. In his previous existence, he was hailed as the finest assassin in the Robert family's history. To exact his revenge, he's willing to suppress his emotions for as long as necessary. But his curiosity is piqued by the sheer magnificence of this mansion. It appears to be more than merely renowned. Suddenly, his attention is diverted as a maid enters the room, hurriedly informing Miss Sylvia of the patriarch's imminent arrival. Sylvia's shock at her father's impending visit triggers Leon's realization. The patriarch is not his father, but rather, he deduces, Sylvia's father. Leon contemplates the revelation that the patriarch is in fact his grandfather. Sylvia, in a state of panic, expresses the need to prepare, but the maid, with a sense of urgency, declares that it's already too late as the patriarch has arrived. A palpable pressure fills the room, leaving Leon wondering about the source of this tension. Amidst the growing anticipation, the patriarch's entrance is announced by those around. Leon internally notes that the sheer presence of the patriarch alone is overwhelmingly commanding. As the patriarch draws near, Sylvia addresses him as father, prompting her father to inquire about the baby she holds in her arms. Leon observes the patriarch closely and is resolute in his recognition. The golden blonde hair, fiery red eyes, and an aura akin to ice gold unmistakably identify him as the zenith of this continent, Zergart's patriarch, Northern King of Annihilation, Glenn Ziegart. As Glenn meets Leon's gaze, Leon muses that he appears to have been reborn into the most formidable family on the entire continent. Sylvia inquires of Glenn if he would fancy cradling the infant. Glenn tenderly accepts the baby and proclaims, henceforth, this child shall bear the name Leon, embodying its essence as a shadow, seemingly present yet not. Quite ironically, the name Leon echoes from his previous life's existence. Lying upon his bed, Leon contemplates whether everyone has drifted into slumber. After enduring a grueling 100 days of suffocation, he has finally been granted this opportunity. He reveals his perpetual weariness in the past, with Sylvia invariably at his side upon awakening. Now, though, he expresses gratitude for having a separate crib to rest in. As he rises, he resolves to commence his cultivation journey, utilizing the fire's ring mentality. He elucidates that the typical training method on the continent involves breath control, the absorption of nature's mana, and the accumulation of aura within one's energy core. However, the fortuitous acquisition of the fire's ring led him down a distinct path. Similar to when mages create mana circles, this technique forms a heart-shaped ring, enhancing stamina, physique, mental acuity, and mana sensitivity. It stands as the optimal training method for aspiring martial artists, offering transcendent advantages over those unfamiliar with the malleability factor or the fire's ring. Through the use of the fire's ring, he endeavors to strengthen his mind and body, aspiring to master the Zeekhart swordsmanship and exact revenge upon Deruth Robert. He ponders why his body's mana circuit exudes an icy chill, even after a 20-hour slumber, and identifies approximately 9 blockages hindering his progress. He realizes that this poses a dire predicament, as the cold threatens to obstruct his circuit entirely. While he contemplates breaking through using the fire's ring, he also contemplates harnessing the highly pure cold energy, sensing that merging it with the fire's flow might yield favorable outcomes. The panel shifts. Under the enchanting tapestry of the nocturnal heavens, a resplendent full moon reigns as the luminary centerpiece, casting its silvery radiance upon the landscape below. In the far-off horizon, the sentinel-like trees stand as spectral sentinels, their silhouettes etched against the ethereal moonlit backdrop, invoking an atmosphere of profound serenity and mystique. Leon finds himself fatigued due to his training, although progress is gradual but steady. Despite his attempts to resist slumber, he succumbs to sleep. His grandfather enters the room and places his hand on Leon. Morning arrives and Leon is observed crawling with his mother's encouragement. Inwardly, Leon feels frustration and weariness during this interaction, for despite his childlike appearance, his adult mind makes pretending to be a baby unbearable. He privately muses that enduring the cold energy is preferable to this. A sudden voice asking for Sylvia's presence catches her attention. She joyfully greets a white-haired old man, initially calling him Sir, but then correcting herself to address him as Saint. The Saint chuckles and suggests she simply call him Sir. Inwardly, Leon identifies this man as the Saint of Rags, a figure renowned for possessing divine power, unparalleled medical expertise, and skills known throughout the world. Despite his fame, the Saint remains elusive due to his wanderlust. Approaching Sylvia, the Saint inquires about the baby she is holding, to which she affirms. As he cradles Leon, he remarks on the child's blonde hair and red eyes, drawing a comparison to Glenn. The Saint comments on the baby's cuteness, a stark contrast to Glenn, and questions the baby's name. Sylvia awkwardly responds that the baby is named Leon, explaining it means shadow. When the Saint expresses surprise at this choice, Sylvia clarifies that Glenn indeed selected the name for its shadowy connotations. The Saint appears puzzled by Glenn's reasoning. Internally, Leon perceives a lack of formality in the interactions between the Saint and Sylvia. Their demeanor appears casual, which surprises him. In his previous life, rumors have reached him suggesting that the Northern King of Annihilation and the Saint of Rags were besto friendos. The Saint requests permission to examine Leon first, placing his hand upon him, which prompts the emergence of a brilliant golden light. Within, the Saint acknowledges Leon's unfavorable condition. Sylvia inquires about any issues, and the Saint responds that Leon is afflicted with the Buttercold curse. As he returns Leon to Sylvia's care, he elaborates that ice energy is obstructing Leon's mana circuit. He advises that treating Leon concurrently during future checkups can avert mortality, but neglecting his condition would lead to a shortened lifespan. Sylvia, taken aback and filled with dread, exclaims, "You're lying," in a terrified tone. The Saint intends to begin writing a prescription, but is abruptly interrupted by a maid who conveys that the Patriarch urgently seeks his presence. The Saint initially suggests finishing his conversation with Sylvia first, but the maid insists that the Patriarch requires his presence immediately. Irritated, the Saint mutters about the Patriarch's poor timing and decides to accompany the maid. Internally, Leon contemplates the bitter-cold curse, now comprehending the nature of his affliction. However, this newfound understanding doesn't alter the fact that activating the fire's ring at this moment won't resolve his predicament. Abruptly, Sylvia begins to weep, vehemently asserting that the notion of losing Leon in this manner is false. She is resolute in her determination to nurse him back to health. Leon experiences a complex surge of emotions, his heart aching and his body in pain. He vocalizes his discomfort, expressing his desire to shield himself from this overwhelming situation. Tenderly, he places his hand on his mother's face, gently wiping away her tears, and in perfect English implores her not to cry. Regrettably, as a baby, his words are incomprehensible gibberish to Sylvia. Nevertheless, he manages to articulate the word mommy, albeit with a slight mispronunciation, saying mammy, which resonates deeply within Sylvia. Meanwhile, Glenn is perplexed by the commotion he hears. Despite the maid's efforts to prevent Sylvia from entering the room, she successfully enters. Confronted by her father, Glenn asks her what's the reason for her rudeness. Sylvia unexpectedly prostrates herself on the floor, pleading with him to save Leon. She mentions that Glenn must be cognizant of Leon's condition. The child holds immense significance to her, prompting her to implore Glenn to save Leon. Glenn counters, remarking that Leon exemplifies the arduous life of a martial artist, and questions why he should aid someone unable to contribute to the family. Sylvia retorts by revealing Leon's status as his grandson, arguing that this warrants his assistance. However, Glenn asserts that Leon is the grandchild Sylvia brought home after distancing herself from the family. He emphasizes that his contribution lies solely in conferring the Zeekart name upon Leon, urging her to express gratitude for this act. Glenn asserts that there is nothing more to discuss, and directs the guards to escort Sylvia out, despite her continued pleas for her father's help in saving Leon. As she is forcibly removed from the room, the saint observes the scene and audibly sighs, characterizing Glenn as a tenacious bastard. He inquires about Glenn's emotions, questioning his actions after summoning him to assess Leon's condition. Glenn dismisses the saint's comments, urging him to provide the specifics. The saint proceeds to explain that 9 of Leon's mana circuits have been obstructed by frigid air. He highlights the escalating danger as Leon ages, acknowledging that thanks to Glenn's expulsion of the cold aura with his own aura, Leon will temporarily be stable. However, the saint deems it nearly impossible for Leon to pursue martial arts. Glenn expresses his indifference, emphasizing that Leon's survival takes precedence. Curiosity piqued, the saint questions Glenn's choice of the name Leon, when there are numerous appealing alternatives available. He wonders why Glenn opted for a name with connotations of shadow. Glenn offers a cryptic response, suggesting that a millennium ago, the name held a different significance. In a subsequent scene, Sylvia administers medicine crafted by the saint to Leon, warning him of its bitterness. Remarkably, Leon consumes the medicine with a cheerful demeanor, surprising both Sylvia and the maid. They applaud Leon for his resilience, as the medicine is typically unpalatable for a child. The maid posits that Leon understood Sylvia's intentions, prompting Sylvia to embrace her child. Privately, Leon acknowledges the bitterness of the medicine, but recognizes it as the fire attribute medicine he presently requires. Leon acknowledges that warm air is gradually expelling the cold air from his mana circuits. Sylvia, his mother, questions if he comprehends her feelings. However, internally, Leon remains indifferent, thinking, whatever, just give me more medicine. 2 years have passed since Leon began his training while continuing to take the medicine. Thanks to its effects, he manages to create the Ring of Fire faster. After achieving a 1-star Ring of Fire, he dedicates another 2 years to consistent training. His days involve playtime with Sylvia and Galen in the morning, training during nap time and midnight. Now at the age of 5, he receives a notification from the system while sitting on his bed, announcing his achievement of the 2nd star for the Ring of Fire. Leon smirks with satisfaction, explaining that at the 2-star level, the flames assume a cross formation. He credits his increased sensitivity to mana to the system. Interrupted by the maid's request to take his laundry, Leon realizes that she cannot see the system window. He reflects on how the message window began appearing after he attained the 1-star Ring of Fire, serving as a convenient tool to assess his status. Leon believes this window is visible only to him, and he acknowledges his progress with 2 stars while still contending with low stamina and the lingering bitter cold curse. He credits the fire attribute medicine for enabling his steady improvement. Leon mentions that over these 5 years, Sylvia, Halen, and everyone in the annex have diligently cared for him. checking for any discomfort or pain. They treat him like a prince, which he believes has positively influenced his development. Leon recognizes that he is only 5 years old, with ample time ahead, so there's no need to rush. He remains determined to address both the bitter cold curse and his stamina issues, confident that mastering the Ring of Fire, combined with his past life's experiences as a renowned assassin, will ultimately eliminate these weaknesses. Once he masters the Zeegart swordsmanship, he will possess the capability to sever Daruth's neck. He cautions against hastiness, for Daruth stands as one of the most formidable transcendental beings on the continent. Should he succumb to the tempest of revenge, his mental stability would wane. Those capable of besting Daruth are a rare few, and he acknowledges that patience is his ally. When the opportune moment arises, he shall execute his plan swiftly. Intent on honing his skills, he was interrupted by his mother's reminder that they had an important engagement today. Swiftly changing into more appropriate attire, he reminisced that today marked a pivotal event. The powers upholding the continent's equilibrium, known as the 6 Emperors and 5 Demons, included the Zeegart family, to which he had been reborn. These 6 Emperors exerted a benevolent influence, while the 5 Demons posed a threat to peace. Various other factions also operated, and today was Zeegart's judgment ceremony. Inside the opulent halls of the Mantium Dimension Mansion, a fervent discussion surrounded the forthcoming judgment ceremony. Rumors swirled about the participation of an outsider from the direct lineage. As Sylvia entered, a wave of disdainful glances swept over her, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Observing Leon, they remarked on his slight stature and the veracity of rumors regarding his health. Whispers abounded, suggesting he inherited the blood of an outcast. Criticism mounted as they questioned the rationale behind Sylvia's involvement in the ceremony. Internally, Leon bristled at the insult, but drew strength from his mother's calming presence. When tensions escalated, she reassured him and urged him to remain composed. Suddenly, a proclamation announced the arrival of the patriarch. Leon hadn't seen his grandfather in 5 years. Dominantly seated on the throne, Glenn summoned a colossal blade, the Sword of Judgment. Leon recognized it as a symbol of the impending judgment ceremony, and with that, the momentous event commenced. Leon surmised that it was the Sword of Judgment. Recognizing that upon placing one's hand on the stone sword, it discerned one's mana affinity. The herald announced that they would commence with Baron Zeegart. The young lad from the summit affirmed his presence and approached the sword, laying his hand upon it. As Leon observed the child, he was aware that around the age of 4, a child's cranial sutures, once open to the heavens, started closing, and from that point onward, their mana proficiency remained static. The rite that assembled such children to ascertain their mana abilities was none other than the judgment ceremony. A lady standing behind Baron enthusiastically declared it to be wind, judging by the luminosity emanating from the sword, a sign of exceptional quality. A man applauded, acknowledging it as expected of Karin's progeny, an astonishing talent. Glenn addressed the assembly, deeming it a suitable attribute for a swordsman, and encouraging Baron to concentrate on harnessing the power of the wind. Subsequently, the herald announced the next participant, Runan Slyon, hailing from the vassal family of Slyon. Leon, observing the children place their hands on the sword, comprehended the overarching principle. The distance the light traveled denoted mana purity, while the attributes were revealed by the sword's tip, the method by which Zeegart gauged their aptitude. The aristocrats eagerly inquired if another prodigy would emerge from the Slyon lineage, and a man responded that Runan indeed lived up to the Slyon name, equal to Buran in ability. Leon discerned that the people there held talent in high regard, even on par with their lives. He suspected he might not excel because the Ring of Fire might now be a 2-star, but his mana channels still retained a significant amount of cold energy. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent because for him, the results held no importance. The herald then announced the last participant, Leon. The nobility regarded Leon with impassive expressions, causing Glenn to exchange glances with them upon hearing Leon's name. The messenger instructed him to step forward, and Sylvia urged him to proceed, to which he acquiesced. Leon harbored no grand expectations. He understood his primary objective was to identify his inherent mana attribute and the path he should follow for cultivation. Sylvia advised Leon to emulate the actions of the other children, to which he replied with a nod of comprehension. He let out a deep breath and extended his hand towards the sword, only to be met with a burst of intense flames erupting from it, leaving him bewildered by the radiant display of light. As he gazed upon the colossal and peculiar creatures that fixated their gaze on the man at the center, he couldn't help but wonder what surreal spectacle he had stumbled upon and who this enigmatic figure was. The mysterious man wielding the blazing sword unleashed a mighty attack against the monstrous entities, resulting in a thunderous explosion. This abrupt spectacle jolted Leon back to reality, prompting him to recollect the stone sword. To his dismay, he realized he hadn't even reached the halfway point. The nobles, now laughing heartily, ridiculed the feeble light, commenting on its lack of quality and labeling it as the mana of a powerless white aura. Glenn, maintaining a stern silence, shot Leon a disapproving look while the nobles continued their taunting. They mockingly questioned if Leon was truly a descendant of the Sieghart, expressing their low expectations and frustration at facing such humiliation. They quipped that the only Sieghart traits he seemed to inherit were his blonde hair and red eyes. Glenn finally intervened, commanding everyone to cease their jeering, leaving the nobles stunned in apprehension. He declared that the judgment ceremony was concluded due to the excessive noise and instructed everyone to depart. The nobles, still wearing smirks, exited the main building alongside the talented children, leaving Glenn, the sword, and Glenn's butler alone. Glenn couldn't help but wonder if this outcome was inevitable given his initial lack of expectations. However, a sudden turn of events left him astounded as the sword emitted a potent golden flame, taking him by surprise. The flames intensified, becoming as brilliant as the sun. Glenn recalled the lore that the first Sieghart patriarch's aura possessed transcendent firepower, capable of melting the flames of the demonic realm with golden mana and golden flames. It was a one-time occurrence in Sieghart's history, marked by a mana of dense golden light and blindingly beautiful, radiant golden flames. He muttered in astonishment, "Leon, what in the world?" Meanwhile, Leon's status window appeared before him, revealing his name as Leon Sieghart. His title remained empty, while his status displayed attributes such as the bitter cold curse, nine-tailed poor stamina, decreased athleticism, and decreased monosensitivity. His traits remained unknown, but he possessed a 2-star ring of fire and a 2-star water resistance. Gazing at his status, he pondered whether it was time for the ring of fire to reach 3 stars. 7 years had passed since the first judgment ceremony, and he had now reached the age of 12. With consistent training, Leon had reached the brink of attaining the 3 fires ring, and his resistance to water attributes had become remarkably potent. Consequently, the chill within his body had dissipated, though mobility remained a challenge, albeit less so than before. Contemplating the addition of physical training to his regimen, he was interrupted by a voice calling his name. Sylvia inquired about his presence, reminding him to prepare, their departure impending. Leon responded with an affirmative, surmising that it was time for the second judgment ceremony, which meant encountering those vexatious individuals once more. Moments later, within the main hall, a messenger declared the conclusion of the judgment ceremony. Leon wondered whether it had concluded early due to the focus on the indirect bloodlines that day. Glenn, however, confronted Leon about his month-long silence, insisting that he had received orders to attend basic training. Confusion swept over Leon as he tried to make sense of Glenn's words. Sylvia intervened, disclosing Leon's lingering vulnerability to the intense training due to the excess cold energy within him. This revelation left Leon contemplating whether Sylvia was privy to Glenn's intentions. Glenn, unwavering, emphasized the Sieghart name's strict standards, emphasizing that even if they couldn't walk, they should crawl and endure the training. Sylvia's response shattered the tense atmosphere. She appealed for a bit more time, prompting Glenn to question her commitment to the Sieghart family. He asserted that on this land they must live as Siegharts or depart immediately. In a fleeting flashback to the first ceremony, Leon recalled the nobles' whispered taunts regarding Sylvia's tendency to flee, viewing it as entertainment. Yet now she lacked the energy cores or mana circuits to disrupt, evoking pity from those who had once questioned her direct bloodline status. Leon grasped the reasons behind Sylvia's harsh treatment, stemming from her earlier departure from the family, despite possessing traces of martial arts knowledge but lacking aura. After breaking her own energy core and mana circuits, she had chosen to marry Leon's father, leading to her marginalized position within the family. Tragedy struck when Leon's father passed away during Sylvia's pregnancy, leaving her no alternative but to return. It became evident that a direct lineage member who had voluntarily departed and returned would face harsh treatment. Regardless of others' perceptions, Leon, now Sylvia's son, couldn't bear to witness her suffering. With determination, he strode toward Glenn, causing Sylvia to panic. She implored him to return, assuring him she would handle the situation. Leon, however, insisted it was fine and informed Glenn that he would commence training as ordered the following month. The current Martial Hall Master inquired if Leon was aware of the training, cautioning that even basic training was unsuitable for a patient like him. Leon replied affirmatively, expressing his resolve to uphold the Zeegart name by attending the training. Glenn released his formidable aura and confronted Leon, emphasizing the gravity of his words. Shocked by the overwhelming weight of Glenn's aura, Leon coughed up blood, infuriated by the mere effect of Glenn's presence. He began to suspect that Glenn surpassed even Daruth in power, pondering whether this was the might of the Northern King of Annihilation. Overwhelmed, Leon collapsed under the pressure, provoking panic in Sylvia and Helen. Sylvia beseeched her father to cease the aura, emphasizing Leon's youth and lack of understanding. The Martial Hall Master also implored Glenn to consider Leon's tender age and exercise restraint. However, Glenn continued to assert himself, instilling fear in those present. Sylvia tenderly embraced Leon, entreating her father to dispel the aura, explaining that Leon was not in the right condition for training. Leon found himself startled by his previous self, a shadowy existence always teetering on the brink of death, forever shrouded in darkness. However, this was a past he intended to shed. Inwardly, he resisted his former self's influence and proclaimed that they would no longer dwell in darkness, renouncing the identity of the assassin Leon. With determined resolve, he clenched his teeth, fully aware that as Lon Zeegart, he had a duty to restore Sylvia to her rightful position. Unbeknownst to him, he confided in Glenn, revealing that he had been raised in a separate building on the estate and remained ignorant of the Zart family's true power and societal status. Despite this, he expressed a fervent desire to learn through training, swearing to protect Sylvia and ensure the return of smiles and joy to those dearest to him. Glenn inquired if he intended to evaluate the Zart standards through training, to which he responded that it was his sole option. Glenn then advised him to inform the instructor to prepare adequately to avoid any disappointments. Subsequently, Leon's strength waned gradually. He was aware that in his former life he had been a preeminent assassin, and now he possessed the legendary Fired Ring, a renowned artifact on the continent. By harnessing both of these abilities, he believed that ascending within that family was not beyond his reach. Thus, he pledged to demonstrate the extent of his future strength. The following day, at the training grounds within the castle, Intermediate Martial Hall Master Karen Zeegart inquired if Leon's weakness prevented him from moving properly. The man confirmed this and elaborated that many maids had overheard the conversation between the Saint of Rags and the Patriarch, leaving no doubt that Leon was suffering from a severe ailment. Karen recognized that Leon's physical condition had been abnormal on multiple occasions, prompting him to ponder how Leon endured Glenn's formidable aura. Contemplating this, Karun acknowledged Sylvia's exceptional talent, instructing the man to promptly station a maid in Leon's residence. Meanwhile, Leon ventured into the forest, despite Sylvia's earlier admonition to refrain from over-exerting himself. Karun instructed his men to keep the maid informed about everything transpiring in Leon's dwelling. Meanwhile, within Zeegart's 5th training hall, the knight graciously extended his salutations to the Patriarch and warmly received him. Over yonder, Glenn proceeded with unwavering determination towards the crimson elf reclining upon the divan, urging him to cease feigning slumber and rise. Then he called the man Limer, the brilliant sword. Lemaire got up and told Glenn that he was indeed amazing, because he was the only one his sleeping techniques didn't work on. Glenn told Lemaire that all the instructors were working hard, but Lemaire, as the head instructor, was just lying there. Lemaire replied that the instructors were just following his orders, and he was working with his head while they were working with their bodies, so it was only fair. Glenn told Lemaire that he didn't mature even after 50 years, but Lemaire replied that people don't change easily, because after all, Lemaire is an elf. Then Lemaire asked Glenn if he was there because of his youngest grandson. Lemaire also told him that Sylvia came to see Leon too, so he didn't expect Glenn to come as well. Glenn asked Lemaire what Sylvia said, and Lemaire replied that Sylvia told him to make sure Leon doesn't get injured. So Lemaire told Glenn if he has come to make the same request as Sylvia, he is wasting time because Glenn said so himself, that he won't interfere with the 5th training hall. Lemaire says that he won't make exceptions, even if Leon is Glenn's youngest grandson. Glenn replied, "All right," making Lemaire shocked and confused. He told Lemaire not to lessen the intensity of Leon's training and that he should do as he wished because he didn't want any weaklings. Lemaire was shocked to hear it and emotionally told Glenn that Glenn must love Leon more than Lemaire thought. Lemaire asked Glenn if he was projecting the love he couldn't give Sylvia onto that child. Glenn was angry and told Lemaire that if he wasn't his friend, his head would be rolling on the floor right now. Then Glenn seriously told Lemaire not to go easy and fail all those who are unworthy, so that only the worthy ones can receive his training. Lemaire replied that he'll do as he wished. Then Glenn told Lemaire to do whatever he wanted, and he was leaving. Then Ima cheerfully told him to take care. After Glenn left, Lemaire was left alone wondering what Leon is like. Meanwhile, in the castle, the system showed Leon that he had achieved the 3rd Ring of Fire. So his Ring of Fire has become a 3-star, and its effect has led to the increase in the quality of his soul and physique, increased his stamina, strength and agility, increased his Mona sensitivity, mentality and vigor. Also, his water attribute tolerance has become 3 stars, so the curse of bitter cold has weakened. He felt that a 3-star was definitely different because his sensitivity had increased, and his mind felt clearer than before. He was glad that Sylvia stopped him at the right moment, but he felt that he was getting more flexible and that the magical status window was quickening his growth. However, he knew that it was just the beginning because the Zart's training is infamous for its difficulty, and being a 3-star is just the first step. He needs to have a good foundation to be able to build a tall building and survive. He swears that he will excel more than anyone else so that all the guys who mocked him will shut up. Then, after that, he will take revenge on the heavenly sword Saint Deruth Robert, because he knows that he won't stop until he has slain Deruth. Then someone called him, and his mother asked him if he was still up. He asked her what brought her there so late, and she replied that he was going to the training hall tomorrow for training, so she wanted to talk to him before it. Then she asked him if he must go and told him that she honestly wanted to stop him because he never expressed it when he was hurting. Plus, she was worried about what if he got hurt badly, but she clarified that it was not that she wants him to never go, but maybe he can postpone it for just 1 year. But he replied no, and told her that he can't stand that every time someone of the direct and indirect bloodlines sees Sylvia or the workers of their annex, people make disgusted faces, and he truly can't stand it. So if he does well in training, he believes she won't receive such treatment anymore. She sadly smiled upon hearing it, and told him that she was sure he thought it was strange why they live separately, and why people talk badly about them. Then she explained to him that she coincidentally fell in love with his father during a mission, but it was difficult to be with him since he was just a normal knight. So she shut down her energy core in Mona circuits, then left the family. She also told him that she actually had an older sister too, and she was 2 years older than him, and her name was Sia. They were living a peaceful life when Eden's executive ambushed them, but his father wasn't that powerful, and she was pregnant with him, so there was nothing they could do against them. Thankfully, his father had hired guards without her knowledge, but they were far from them, so they arrived late, and by then his father and sister were already dead. She didn't know what to do, so she returned to the family, and that was the reason she was treated like a sinner there. She really couldn't say anything against it, but he thinks Sylvia is selfish because she abandoned her responsibilities in the name of love, and came back crawling to be saved. So now he understands why the family treats her so coldly. But he knows that Sylvia is someone who gave him a new life and showed him affection for the first time. So even if everyone else calls her selfish, to him, she is the only mother he has had in both of his lives. Then he asked her if she regretted it, and if she wanted to go back to the days before she left the family. But she replied that she didn't because she lived like she was invisible in the family, and after she left, she felt like a real person, and it was enough for her. Also, she was happy then, and she is happy now. Then she apologized to him for being a bad mother, but he told her that it was fine and he was fine, so she shouldn't worry about it. He knows that even if she is called selfish by others, she is his one and only mother, and he can get his revenge after he helps her regain her position in the family. She was so touched by his action that her tears fell, and she cried loudly, making him panic and ask his mother why she was crying. He sighed with relief, thinking that reassuring Sylvia was really hard. Then he sat down on his bed, knowing that he would have to check the reliability of the Ring of Fire and try to sleep, because he didn't have long until training. Then he focused on himself and released his power, making him assured because he saw that the ring spin was faster now that he was a 3-star. But he wondered how it would be at intermediate levels. Suddenly, the ring spin formed something which made him shocked, and it told him that it was finally time. It changed to the form of a demon and told him that his rage reached him. So, in the name of Wrath, the second lord of the demon realm, he would help Leon's revenge dreams come true, making Leon confused and surprised. But then the system showed Leon that he unlocked the unknown traits, and it was a rage trait. The demon propositioned Leon, offering assistance through the sacrifice of Leon's soul and body, albeit perplexed by the childlike appearance. Inquisitive, Leon countered with a question, seeking to understand the entity's nature. The demon reciprocated the inquiry, expressing its own confusion and suggesting that the overwhelming rage it sensed didn't align with a child's emotional spectrum, but it scanned him carefully and told him that it was him out. He was hiding a deep and dark rage within him. Then it ordered him to give his body and soul, and it would help him get the revenge that he so desires. He wondered if it was there because of the rage he had toward Deruth before his death, but he thinks it is their way too late. Then he told it that he didn't need its help, making it confused, and asked what he told it that he would get revenge on his own, knowing that he couldn't get the help of another. So he told it that he would slay Deruth on his own, but it told him that he was misunderstanding something because he was not there to negotiate, and he had already made his decision. He felt the flames cold and wondered if it could be. Then it flew toward him while telling him that all he needed to do now was give him his body. It flew directly to him, making him freeze in shock. Then it entered his body. A moment later he felt cold, and even his mind felt like it was going to freeze over. So he wondered if it was the attribute of ice and not fire. Then it told him to think of Deruth and bring up his rage, because even if Deruth might be a god, it will kill Deruth. He shakes in coldness, but he is thankful for his water attribute tolerance because he is enduring it somewhat. But he knows that the attack isn't just cold, because it consistently stimulates his rage. It whispers to him that it'll break Deruth's skull in half and chew up Deruth's flesh, so he should give up and hand over his body. But he knows that if he gives it his body, he doesn't know what it might do to Sylvia and the maids. So he swears that he won't let it have his body no matter what happens. It told him that it would be easier for him if he were to give in to the rage and accept it, because he was holding on for no reason. Then it told him that it wanted to minimize damages, since it was going to use his body. But he left it no choice, so it told him that it would just swallow him whole without waiting any further, making him feel that his body was going to break into pieces. He knows that he is almost at his limit and can't hold on any longer, so at that rate he'll end up dying. But then he figures out something at the right time. He stuck his hands together, knowing that if he could endure the cold because of his water attribute tolerance, then he might be able to lower the pain of the body and mind through a ring of fire. It was the only option he had if he wanted to survive. Then he released his fire, making it shocked, and it asked how it is possible, even if it hadn't been long since he awakened, and told him that he was just a human child. He firmly told it that he would get revenge on his own, and that he was not going to let some ghost use his body. It furiously asks him how dare he call one of the demon realm's lords a ghost, but he just teasingly asks it how it is a lord of the demon realm when it can't even kill him. He also told it that he guesses lords of the demon realm aren't anything special and ordered it to just disappear. Then he realized that it said it just awakened, making him wonder if it was the reason why it couldn't use its powers to its full extent. But then the system showed him that he had unlocked the extra abilities. It panicky shouted that it was its authority status window and asked him why he had it. He replied that it shows him his stats in number format and asked if it does have anything to do with it. It angrily replied that it made that system. So he asked him why it is with him, but he just asked it back why he made the system. It replied that it had no reason to tell him, and he guesses that it was for quicker progress. It panicky replied, how did he know it? But he noticed that it couldn't hide its emotions at all, which is fitting of wrath. At first he thought it was strange that his ring of fire was more effective than in his past life, but now he guessed it was because of that system. It shouting L orders him to give its authority and his body both, and tells him to hurry, but he just attacks it, making it ask him what he is doing, and he replies that he hid it with mana just in case, making him realize that it doesn't have a physical form because aura won't work either, and considering no one came running, and despite the ruckus, it looks like only he can see and feel it. It shouting Lei told him that it was enough, and then it wrapped around his arm and became a bracelet, making him confused. Then it told him that it hadn't been long since its seal was undone, but its powers would soon return, and when that time came he wouldn't be able to stop it, so it would stick with him until the day he died. He looked at it, thinking that it was a leech, and he wanted to take it off right away, but it might get rid of the system, and who knows what it might do to Sylvia and Helen. So he thinks it might be better to keep it close and watch it, and he planned to just restrict it, and hope he grows stronger fast enough. Then he asked it why it had to be a floral bracelet, because it didn't look good on him. But it just told him to respect its taste, to which he agreed. The next morning, Helen was comfortingly telling Sylvia that she was sure the young Master Leon would do well. Sylvia replied that she knew it, but still she was afraid. Then he heard Leon telling them that he was ready and that he would get going now to the training hall. Approximately 30 seconds later, beyond the castle's confines, Helen cautioned Leon to exercise constant vigilance and avoid overexertion. Leon assured her of his caution and pledged to return to them shortly. Helen, noticing Sylvia's somber countenance, inquired whether she intended to bid farewell to Leon with such a mournful expression, suggesting that it might sadden Leon in turn. Then Sylvia told Leon that she believed in him, and he told her not to worry because he won't push himself too hard, and he'll give up right away if it's too difficult. Then he walked away while waving them goodbye. Sylvia worriedly asked Helen if Leon will be okay, and Helen replied that Leon had gotten much better, so he might even pass the training. She knows that Leon is much better compared to the past. Then she remembered Helen telling her that the instructor has the best insight amongst all Zeegards, and Leon has been trying really hard recently, so she was sure Leon would be able to make it. Leon told Sylvia that he won't get hurt like he promised and he'll do well, so she shouldn't worry because he promised her. And he'll keep that promise no matter what. She should trust him. Then he hopefully and beggingly tells Leon to come back unhurt. A moment later, in Zeeghart 5th Training Hall, many children arrived and excitedly walked toward the gate. Leon noticed that there are a lot of people there. And it's not just the Zeeghart direct and indirect lineage, but also recommended students from vassal families or outside. Then he remembered that according to Helen, there are a lot of people that year, so the 6th Training Hall was also helping. But then he heard someone asking if it was him. A man tells his friends to look how fragile Leon looks, and he feels like Leon's bones will break if he bumps into him. The kid's friend teasingly asks why is Leon stepping up when he is weak, and what is with the flower bracelet because it was tacky, which made the demon angrily surprised. It flew toward the men while calling them parasites who do not know nobility, and told them that it'll rip out their eyeballs and crush their skulls. But expectingly, the kids could not see or hear the demon. But then, Leon told the men that instead of buzzing around like a mosquito, if they have something to say, why don't they say it to his face? Then he asks them if they don't know the saying that they shouldn't say behind a person's back what they can't say to their face. The men asked him to shut up because he was degraded to living in an annex, and he was not even of the direct bloodline. But Leon reminded them that they are an indirect bloodline too, and asked them what gives them the right to ask, how dare he do something, when that's a tone they use when the person they're talking to is below them in rank. One of the men grabbed Leon's collar and launched his fist to punch him. Leon was ready to activate his fire attribute, but then someone told them that it was enough. Buren Ziegard, a direct bloodline member, told them that the training is starting soon, and that the place has outsiders too. He then asked them if they intend to shame the Ziegard name. The two men apologized to Buren, but Buren just walked closer to Leon and asked him if he still didn't know his place. He told Leon that he was nothing more than dust, so if he didn't want to be kicked out of the annex, he better lay low. While Buren convinced himself that Leon getting the Patriarch's attention back then was just pure luck, and Leon just used the situation to his advantage because a loser like Leon will fail the training. Then Buren told him to get out of there if he was not going to behave, because there was no way he'd pass anyway. Leon told Buren that he sure liked to spout nonsense, and asked Buren what he was when all he had going for him was that he was of direct lineage, but he had no authority. So what right did he have to talk to him like that when he was not even a trainee? Then Leon seriously told Buren that he guessed he might have some indirect authority if he went and tattled to his father. Buren was angry hearing it, and asked him how dare he, but then Lemaire kicked the door open and happily asked them if they were already fighting. Lemaire told them that they were sure bold and asked if it was because they were kids. Leon was shocked to see Zergart's brilliant sword Lima, and remembered that he heard Lima retired because his energy core was injured, so he didn't expect Lima to be there. Lima asked them why don't they hold off on the fight at least until the entrance ceremony ends. Then Buren angrily walked away. Lemaire told them that it was nice to meet them and introduced himself as Lemaire, the head instructor who will be in charge of their training. Lemaire then told them that he heard that there were 160 attendees, which is way too many. So he was going to cut down the number with tests to a quarter. The students were shocked to hear it, but Lemaire explained to them that he was trying to keep just the good ones, because he preferred to keep just a small number of elites. The demon angrily shouted that Lima was an arrogant bastard who dared to look down on him, so it swore that it would cut off that elf's ears. But Leon punched it and told it to shush. Lemaire sat down on the chair while telling them that his word is law there, and if they have a problem with it, they can take it to the Patriarch. Then he asked them if they shall begin right away, and sweetly asked them what are they all waiting for. Then shouting, he ordered them to run. The students were confused and stunned, but then they proceeded to run while Lima happily told them that the basics of martial arts are physical strength and mental power. He ordered them to run as fast as they can until he told them to stop. The demon told him that if he started running, he better run at the front, and asked him why he was all the way back there. Leon replied that it wasn't a competition, so there was no need to get past those guys. He knows that Lima looks into others' potential and temperament, so he is sure Lima won't be judging just based on what the eye can see. The winner in that test is the one who endures until the end, so he'll make it to the end no matter what. The other students noticed that Buren and Leon were at the front. They noticed that they were pretty fast, but especially so in their case, and the speed they were running at wasn't their best, so they were sure they could run for hours. They were amazed because the students were only 12, yet they were already at that level, which made them scared to see what they'll be like in the future. They looked at Leon and noticed that he couldn't catch up, and he's been in the back all that time, but he was sick, so it was amazing that he could even run that much. Still, they think Leon was already looking tired and was going to fail soon. But behind them, Lemaire was smiling because he thought it was interesting, and that he had never seen someone like Leon. Ema thought the humans whose talents he could not calculate were just the strongest people on the continent, and he could not see into the depths of their power. However, in Leon's case, he can't see anything, which means Leon is stronger than him, and therefore out of his reach, making him think that it is interesting. The man from before told his friend to look at Leon, who was so arrogant earlier but is now in the last place. The other man replied that Leon is not just in the last place, but he is going to fail soon enough, because Leon's face showed that he was not going to last 10 minutes. He thinks there is no way he would fail, and wonders why they are just running even though it was supposed to be training. Then, he remembered that in his past life, he had to run like hell from starved beasts, but now just running without nothing chasing him makes him think that this was way too easy. Leon embarked on a sprint to catch up with the others, leaving Lemaire astonished and pondering how Leon continued to run, despite depleting his stamina long ago. It was way past the boundary of determination at that point, so he shouldn't have any stamina left to squeeze out. So, Lima was confused about how Leon had the same kind of mentality as the people who have trained to the brink of death. Lima smiled while thinking that Leon Zieghardt was really interesting. On the other hand, Leon was close to catching up with Buren, making Buren pissed and wonder how Leon was still running when he was told that Leon was too weak to train before that. Byrne heard a man report to his father that, according to the Saint of Rags, because of Lion's bitter cold curse, Sylvia's son has a low chance of surviving childhood, let alone learning martial arts. He remembered that Leon did look very fragile, making him wonder how he was catching up to him. Then Buren thinks everyone is so annoying, so he plans to show them his power. He used his aura utilization while thinking that he'll show Leon how much better he was, so that Leon can realize that he'll never catch up to him. Then he jumped and ran away using his aura, leaving Runen and Leon behind. Leon is shocked to see it, and thinks that Buren speaks like a noble, but in the end, Buren is still just a kid. Then he notices that Runen is actually more mentally mature than Buren, but he knows that either way, that test isn't a competition, and it is a fight against themselves. So there is no reason to break his pace just because Buren wants to show off. The scene shifts. In the exquisite tableau, a vast expanse of cotton-white clouds stretches across the cerulean canvas of the sky, resembling billowing mountains of pure elegance. Below, nature's tapestry unfurls, with lush greenery enveloping the landscape like an emerald cloak, its vibrant hues a testament to the vitality of the earth. The sun, a radiant orb of golden splendor, bathes this scene in its benevolent light, casting a warm, ethereal glow that dances upon the leaves and flowers, igniting them with life. The beauty of this picture is nothing short of breathtaking, a harmonious symphony of elements that whispers of nature's boundless grace and artistry. The others stop, because they can't run anymore, making them pissed and wonder how Leon is still running when they heard he was weak because of some illness. Making them ask if Lon does not get tired. But Leon thinks it was nonsense because he feels as if he was about to die because of the cold inside his body. He feels like his heart and lungs are going to collapse at any moment, but he was utilizing the ring of fire to squeeze out what little stamina he has left. So he was still glad that, at the very least, the ring of fire has been improving quickly, and he guesses he needs to activate it to its full force to feel its proper effects. But then the demon called him pitiful and asked him if it was the state he was in when he was its future vessel, then ordered him to hand over his body instead of surpassing that blue-haired human. He cursed angrily and told it not now, but it still flew toward him while telling him that it had frozen everything there. After he got hit by it, he felt a chilling cold in his body. But he knew that he needed to endure it and felt like his mind was being taken over by rage. Still, he needed to pretend as if nothing was wrong. Then he told it to stop with it and just stay still because it won't work on him. But it teasingly asked him if it really won't work on him when there was no human who can withstand his rage. He felt so much cold in his heart while it was telling him that they should see how long he can endure it. But he firmly told himself that he had to endure it because if he showed even a bit of weakness, that demon bastard would swallow him whole. The demon was upset and told him that he was a stubborn person and angrily asked him why his anger doesn't affect him. But the truth is, Leon felt exhausted. It felt like he was going to die, and his body wouldn't obey him. Then his vision started to blur, and he couldn't breathe properly, making him wonder if he had reached his limit. Fortunately, Lima yelled at them to stop because it was enough. He caught his breath while Buren called him stubborn, but Leon didn't care because he knew he almost died, and he guessed that this life wouldn't be easy either. Runen quietly observed him from behind, and the demon called him a monstrous bastard, but he just told it that it was the reason he told it to stop, because it wouldn't work on him. He felt that it also helped with the growth of the ring of fire, and he was thankful for the status window, because he improved in physical capacity too. So if he just kept training, he was sure he could get his revenge. But suddenly, they were shocked to see the system showing him that he fulfilled the condition and he had surpassed his limits of physical ability. So his experience increased, his strength increased by 2, his agility increased by 1, and his stamina increased by 5. The demon shockingly asked him what it was, why he was getting extra experience for putting up with its anger, and what kind of stupidity it was. But then Limer told them that they all did a great job, and it was for the test. Then he menacingly told them about what he said before the test. He was just lying about only letting a quarter in. This made the students shocked, and they shouted that they ran like hell because he said it. But he explained to them that he couldn't fail so many people on the first day. Plus, he didn't specify that he was going to fail all those people today. However, if they show the same result as today, most of them will indeed fail. This made the students stunned and silent in fear. Then Limer proceeded by telling them that he was sure he said to run with all they had, but none of the 160 of them kept it up until the very end, except for just one. Also, there were people who gave up, little snakes who used aura. But to be honest, he didn't care how they did it because they were the ones taking the test after all. But if they just did as he said, they wouldn't fail the test. So they shouldn't worry, but they shouldn't think that it'd be easy either. Then he announced to them that they were now provisional trainees, and they would become official trainees if they passed the test they would take in 6 months. Also, he was going to pick top trainees, although he wouldn't be the one ranking people. Then he told them that they could all go to the top quality dormitories provided by the Ziegart, and reminded them that there was a training center inside, to the left too. A moment later in the forest, Limer was walking with Glenn and told him that he saw someone had taken his napping spot. Glenn asked him what happened, but he asked Glenn back why he was asking him, and since he was there, he must have watched the entire thing himself. Still, he told Glenn that he knew he had great eyes, and that Buren and Lunan were very talented, as they already knew, and the other children also had good potential to become pillars of the family. However, he couldn't see anything in Leon, and he was sure Lon was completely out of stamina, making him wonder how Leon kept running. Then he told Glenn that it was the first time after Glenn that Limer hadn't been able to see anything in someone, and his life had been very boring ever since his energy core had been ruined. But he thinks the current training is going to be very interesting. Glenn told Limer that being a trainee instructor was something Limer wanted, so Limer shouldn't get distracted and focus on his duties, to which Limer replied, "Of course," and told Glenn that he felt like there will be someone that year to whom he can leave his future. But Glenn told him that it was just a coincidence, and Lion cannot become a martial artist. The atmosphere between them became silent for a moment, but then Ima smiled and told Glenn that he himself knew very well that it was not just a coincidence. Conversely, Leon conveyed to them that now that their sprint was concluded, he would head to the training center, a declaration overheard by the other trainees. But the demon asked him if he was going to train even more, and if he don't stop, the trainees looked at him, walking away with disgusted and angry faces. A moment later, one of the indirect lineage crane, Ziegart, shouted that it was impossible, and there was no way Leon held on that long, so Leon must have cheated somehow. The green-haired man agreed and told them that he heard Leon was sick. Then the orange-haired man told them that he was sure Lon had some kind of miracle medicine, because he heard that the Saint of Rags had given Lon one long ago. The brown-haired man was pissed, shouting that it would mean Leon was depending on the medicine to run that long. The green-haired man continued that Leon had the medicine to run for that long. The orange-haired man asked them if they don't think they should teach that arrogant bastard Leon a lesson. A moment later, Lion was being thrown hard into a tree, and then he asked them why they were doing it. But the orange-haired man just asked him back if he was asking him why he was doing it. The brown-haired man angrily told Leon that Leon got his direct lineage title taken away, and he acted all arrogant just because he had a miracle medicine. Then the green-haired man, shouting, told him that if it weren't for the medicine from the saint, he couldn't have run that much today, and asked him how dare he use dirty tricks like it. That makes Leon guess that kids are kids because they are mad over something so stupid. The brown-haired man teasingly told him not to be too scared, because they were there just to talk, and the green-haired man agreed that they were just there for some talking. Then the orange-haired man teasingly told him to rest assured because that kind of thing happens pretty often. Then the orange-haired man launched an attack on Leon, while reminding Leon that the instructor told them that they should talk a bit more. But then, without wasting time, Leon punched the orange-haired man in the face before he could get attacked first, making the two other men shocked. The yellow man slowly fell, while the others with the demon were shocked by his action. The two men checked on the orange-haired man worriedly, while Leon looks at them menacingly, while telling them that they were right and that they should talk. The green-haired man tried to attack Leon from behind, but Leon deflected using his elbow and kicked the green-haired man in the stomach. The brown-haired man shatteringly asked his companion what they were doing and why they were losing to a bastard like Leon. But Leon just punched the man in the face to make him silent and kicked the orange-haired man on the ground. The demon excitedly told Leon that he was doing amazingly well, and it was a magnificent scene, while Leon was busy punching the brown-haired man and beating up continuously the men who were down on the ground. The brown-haired man shatteringly begged him to stop, and the green-haired man said that he couldn't breathe, while the orange-haired man was on his knees apologizing to him and begging him to stop. But Leon just stepped on the orange-haired man's hand and told him that before he stopped, he should let him ask him one more thing, to which Orange Boy agreed immediately. Then Leon asked the Orange Boy who was the person that made them do it, asking if it was Burren. But the orange-haired man replied no, and explained that they did it without Burren knowing, and Burren was not related to it at all. Leon didn't expect it because he thought Burren hated him, but he guessed Burren was not that far gone. Then he told the man that he assumed they won't go around telling others about their conversation, and the man replied, of course, in fear. But then Leon grabbed Orange Boy hair and menacingly told him that they'd better avoid him if they didn't want to have another conversation. Orang Boy replied that he won't even step on Leon's shadow and apologized to him. Then Leon ordered them to fuck off if they got it. Then he looked at the men running in fear away, without realizing that Limer was spying on him from behind. Limer thinks it was a nice watch, and it's like seeing the patriarch when he was young. Also, he says that Leon seems talented in martial arts too, so he guesses Leon is a Zeekart after all. He says that Leon was an unknown talent hidden amongst the most talented children, making him get even more interested in Leon. A moment later, Leon was back in his room, and the system showed him that he fulfilled the conditions, and Wrath was satisfied with his actions. So, his agility increased by 1. The demon angrily asked why Leon had bonus points just for it, and what kind of nonsense it was. But Leon calmly asked why it didn't know, because as far as he knows, it was the one who made the system. The demon angrily told him that of course it didn't know because it had never had the system taken away from it, and Leon was stealing the power that remained in its original form. But he simply asked if it was so, making it more angry, and it shouted that he didn't even show any gratitude. Still, he simply walked away. So it told him that it had an offer for him, and he asked what it was. It told him that they should bet on something, and if he won it would give him all the experience. But if he lost, he should take its rage. Then the system showed him that Wrath had suggested a bet, and the condition was to pass as a top trainee for the training test. In case of success, all stats +2 trade option, and in case of failure, rage increases by 10. Leon asked if it meant the test that Lima mentioned, and it replied yes, then reminded him that Lima said he'd choose the top trainees. Then Leon asked what the trade option was, and Wrath replied that Leon would be given one of the traits it has, but of course the level would be decreased since Leon is so inferior to Wrath. Then Leon asked what the rage penalty was, and it replied that just like it says, Leon would take on the emotion of rage that it possesses. Also, the amount he would get is next to nothing, but with enough, Leon wouldn't be able to control himself anymore. Hearing it, Leon realized that it was what Wrath was going for, and considering how Wrath usually behaves, he didn't think it was lying, and that it always answered any question he had honestly. Plus, the rewards for winning the BT are much better, and he guessed it was a poisoned apple he had to eat. Leon expressed that achieving a top position would pose a challenge for a typical ailing child, but due to his reincarnation, he believed otherwise. He extended his hand to seal the pact with Wrath, who enthusiastically commended his choice, confirming his acceptance of Wrath's proposition. While contemplating how to leverage his past life advantages, the next day at the training grounds, the trainees found themselves fatigued, complaining that their legs felt on the verge of giving way, a result of the grueling morning run. Limer, however, questioned their choice of rest during a seemingly simple horse-riding posture, emphasizing its foundational significance in martial arts. He urged them to hold the position until further notice and announced his intention to take a brief nap. Limer reiterated that he wasn't compelling them, as they were the ones under examination. A trainee protested their exhaustion and inquired about when swordsmanship instruction would commence. Another trainee chimed in, remarking that their routine primarily alternated between running and the horse-riding stance. Buran intervened, admonishing the complaints and suggesting they practice swordsmanship to prevent it from deteriorating. The trainees departed, prompting Rath to alert Leon of their departure and question his training intentions. Leon countered that, at this juncture, swordsmanship wasn't his priority. He recognized the need to bolster his basic physical strength due to his weakened body from the bitter cold curse. He emphasized the importance of mastering the fundamentals for both development and conditioning, avoiding the need to rush his training. While Leon immersed himself in his exercises, Ronan surreptitiously observed him from the shadows. She identified him as Leon Sieghart and noted his rapid improvement, evidenced by his increasing weightlifting. Ronan recalled hearing about Leon's illness, but couldn't fathom the daily increments in lifting weight. She wondered if Leon's attitude toward training was distinctive, and questioned how he maintained such consistency despite his ailment. Approaching him, she halted in his path, convinced there was something unique about him, prompting Leon to inquire about her presence. She gazed at him in silence, pondering what was causing Leon's rapid growth. Then she snapped back to reality and was astonished to find herself standing before him, locking eyes. She casually strolled over to his side, taking a seat as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. However, she soon hoisted the hefty barbell, leaving him baffled afterward. Wherever Leon ventured, she trailed closely behind, mirroring his every move, dawning on her that this wasn't just her imagination at play. Ever since catching that earlier fragrance, a refreshing and invigorating scent, her body felt more agile. Thanks to it, she effortlessly lifted weights far heavier than her norm. Leon, in a state of confusion, inquired if she had something to share, to which she replied with a nonchalant no. Thus, Leon wandered off, perplexed, while she resolved to shadow him a bit longer. She continued to follow him around the training room, emulating his actions. Moments later, the training room door swung open, revealing Buran and other trainees entering the room. They spotted Ronan tailing Leon. The other trainees grew irate, questioning why Ronan was hanging around with someone like Leon, who had lost his direct lineage title, insinuating that no good could come from such an association. However, Buran seized a wooden training sword, asserting that Leon was merely wasting his time with that repetitive training, emphasizing that Leon needed those fundamental exercises due to his weakness. But even with rigorous training, they remained on a different level than him. Buran went on to explain that he wasn't privy to the exact nature of the upcoming test, but for the sake of their individual martial abilities, it was wise to focus on swordsmanship. Thus, they should disregard the indirect lineage individual and commit to their training, as the test results would ultimately reveal the truth. Under the tranquil canvas of the nocturnal sky, a solitary, verdant leaf descends gracefully, poised above a glistening puddle embraced by weathered stones. The leaf's descent culminates in a delicate caress upon the water's surface, evoking a ripple, akin to a gentle sigh in the stillness of the night. The ethereal radiance of the moon bestows its luminous embrace upon this serene tableau, painting the surroundings with an exquisite silvery glow, transforming the scene into a mesmerizing nocturnal masterpiece. A minute later, as Leon immersed himself in his workout, a newcomer approached him, introducing himself as Dorian. Dorian politely asked if he could train alongside Leon to learn the proper posture. Leon responded with a casual shrug, saying he didn't really mind. Dorian then pulled something from his bag, expressing his gratitude and suggesting Leon try it because it tasted great. He handed Leon a cookie. Leon was about to decline, ready to offer it to Dorian, but he noticed Ronan standing beside him, eyeing the cookie with excitement. It left him perplexed, since she seemed unusually eager about it. In the end, Leon decided to give her the cookie, and Runnan joyfully savored it. This interaction made Leon realize that there was another unique individual in the group. Soon after, both Leon and Runnan found themselves helping Dorian with his training. Over the course of several days, weeks, and months, they dedicated themselves to rigorous training. During this time, Leon forged bonds with Dorian and Runnan, while Buren focused on his training. 6 months elapsed since they began their arduous training regimen, and every day felt like a struggle for survival. The faces of those who had started alongside him were no longer visible ahead while running, as he panted heavily and glanced up. Only 2 figures remained in front of him. Finally, the day of the test arrived. In the arena, the host welcomed everyone, and the Guardians observed from the sidelines. Wrath playfully reminded Leon of the BET, where he had failed to surpass Buren and Runnan, teasing him about facing its rage. Leon pushed back Wrath's taunts, emphasizing that this test was different, and the outcome remained uncertain. Leon inquired about Dorian, who seemed nervous on the ground, unable to sleep the previous night due to test day jitters. Dorian questioned if someone as weak as him could succeed. Leon remained silent, observing Dorian. Runnan called him over and offered a cookie, but he declined. He noticed Buren's intense gaze, leaving him wondering why he was surrounded by such peculiar people. Meanwhile, Sylvia enthusiastically nudged Helen to admire Leon, who stood tall and exuded confidence. Helen acknowledged his perseverance throughout the grueling 6-month training period and remarked on Leon's newfound friendships. She wasn't surprised, given Leon's warm and thoughtful nature since childhood. Helen proudly shared that Leon had never complained, and she felt immense pride in Leon's growth. Sylvia beamed, recalling these moments, and looked at her son with immense pride. A voice in the crowd interrupted their conversation, announcing the patriarch's arrival. Glenn strode into the arena with a sense of pride, causing a commotion as people wondered if the patriarch was watching. However, he made his way to the center and settled onto his throne, sparking whispers about his unexpected presence at the event. Lemaire, too, was taken aback to see him, and cheerfully inquired why he was there. Glenn explained that it was an event determining the family's future, prompting mixed reactions from the crowd. Lemaire, in an attempt to smooth things over, reassured Glenn that he was welcome. Lemaire wasted no time and declared that with the patriarch's presence, they would proceed with the test immediately, with the details to follow. He released his power, stunning the trainees into shock. Leon was taken aback when he heard Lemaire reveal that they must navigate through his aura, realizing this was the test that lay before them. Lemaire began to elucidate the concept of aura, emphasizing that it was an innate aspect of a martial artist. He clarified that this test would serve as a judgment of their worth as martial artists. However, a voice from the crowd interrupted him, insisting on voicing a concern. The individual pointed out that many of the participants had only recently begun learning aura, and some hadn't even started. They decried the test's unfairness and hinted that Lemaire himself had allegedly slept during the lessons. Lemaire let out a sigh and patiently explained that this test wasn't solely about manifesting aura. A genuine aura burst measured the depth of a martial artist's soul, proving their martial prowess extended beyond mere aura manipulation. As one curious onlooker asked for clarification, the patriarch Glenn interjected, asserting that Lima was correct and startling the concerned individual. Glenn elaborated, noting that even those who hadn't fully developed their aura could possess a potent aura burst based on their life experiences and training intensity. Lemaire wore a self-assured smirk and confirmed Glenn's words. He then called for objections and, receiving none, declared the test's commencement. Lemaire singled out Runan, instructing her to step forward while the others moved back. He explained that the aura burst she would face was one she should endure if she had given her all in training. To pass, she needed to withstand his aura burst and touch his body. Lemaire activated his aura burst with a grin, and the test officially began. Runan found herself enveloped by Limaire's aura, displaying signs of distress. Lemaire sternly reminded her that using aura would result in an automatic failure, urging her to awaken the martial power she had honed. Undeterred, Runan persevered, pushing through the aura burst until she managed to grab Limer's hand. Limer proudly patted her head and announced her success, recognizing her dedication to training. With a confident tone, Limer moved on, stating that Dorian was up next. Dorian appeared nervous and anxious upon hearing his name, eliciting a relieved sigh from the person standing next to him. Limer instructs him to step forward Dorian, his face slick with sweat, complying. Limer then asserts that he's certain Dorian observed how Runan managed it, needing to harness his trained mentality to withstand the aura burst. Anxious, Dorian inquires about its efficacy, citing his reputation for a feeble mind. Limer firmly asserts that if Dorian fails, it's game over, and with that he unleashes his aura burst, causing Dorian to struggle and fall to his knees. Watching closely, Leon privately notes that Limer's aura burst intensity adapts to each child. He speculates that Limer must have observed every child closely. However, Dorian eventually conquers it and managed to pass. Limer comments that Dorian lacks self-confidence for his skill level, urging him to believe in himself more. Unexpectedly, Dorian vomits while Limer assures him that he's understood. Limer then calls the next person, and some time passes, leading to Buran's turn. As Buran stands before Limer, the latter immediately activates his aura burst, leaving Buran stunned by its intensity. Inwardly, Buran ponders whether this was the same ordeal others had endured, realizing that observing from the sidelines was drastically different. He wonders how Runan managed to pass, falling to his knees and unable to move his feet. Limer informs Buran that his talent is extraordinary, possibly unrivaled. Limer asserts that only a few can compare to Buran, but he deems Buran and the other kids who trailed after him as having squandered their time. Limer questions the purpose of swordsmanship training when they lack knowledge of their true calling. He advises that they should have honed their mental and physical strength instead of focusing on the sword. Limer points out that Buran relied on his aura whenever he struggled, but in this test, using aura would lead to failure. Internally, Buran vows not to fail, haunted by the memory of his father's cruel and cold gaze when his brother was cast aside. Determined not to face the same fate, he presses on and manages to pass. Limer reminds Buran that he's still just 12 and should stop pretending to be an adult, focusing on the right training and not tripping over trivial obstacles. With a faint grin, Limer turns his gaze towards Leon and announces that it's now Leon's turn. As Leon approaches, Limer asks if he's ready, to which Leon confidently responds, "Of course." Limer declares that it's time to commence, and releases an aura burst so powerful that it resonates through the entire audience. In concern, Sylvia calls out Leon's name, and even Glenn is shocked, wondering what Limer was thinking by unleashing such a potent aura burst. Standing unfazed, Leon questions if this is truly his test. Limer chuckles, admitting he doesn't know, acknowledging that the talent he sees in Leon surpasses that of Buran and Runan. Shifting to a more menacing demeanor, Limer instructs Leon to endure it. As Leon braced himself, he whispered to himself, "Quality resides within the soul, not the body. I am Leon, and right now it's not just the quality of Leon Ziegart, but also the quality of Leon the Assassin." With each resolute step, Leon surprised both Limer and Glenn with his remarkable endurance. As Leon extended his hand to touch Limer, a whirlwind of thoughts engulfed Limer. He wondered how this could be possible. And as Leon's hand made contact, Limer uttered in disbelief, "This cannot be happening. Guys, this isn't anything impossible for our MC." Bro even made the extras flabbergasted. In a state of astonishment, even Glenn and Limer were left speechless. Leon, wearing a self-assured smirk, casually inquired, "Is the test over?" The other kids stood in stunned disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Leon had managed to endure the overwhelming aura burst. They couldn't fathom how an ailing child who hadn't even learned aura could achieve such a feat. Limer, his curiosity piqued, approached Leon and directly asked, "Who are you?" Guys, the translator decided to change his name from Leon to Rayon, so it looks like we're sticking to that now. Rayon recounted that Limer had observed him for a solid 6 months, so logically he ought to recognize him as Rayon. However, Limer swiftly countered, explaining that his inquiry arose from sheer astonishment at Rayon's unexpected progress. Limer clarified that he had unleashed an aura burst above Rayon's presumed abilities merely as a prank, never anticipating Rayon's successful response. Raon, though, brushed it off with silence, leaving Lemaire momentarily staring before bursting into laughter, claiming he'd gotten a tad distracted. Now, addressing Rayon Sieghart as the last remaining student, Lemaire declared the test's conclusion and the impending announcement of the top trainee. The crowd held its breath in anticipation as Lemaire eventually proclaimed that Rayon Sieghart occupied the coveted spot. Sylvia and Helen welled up with tears of joy at this revelation. Meanwhile, random spectators questioned the validity of Rayon's ranking, unable to fathom how he surpassed Buran and Runan. In a fit of frustration, Buran vehemently protested the outcome, labeling it a falsehood. He argued that Rayon fell short in stamina, strength and intellect compared to him, and accused Rayon of employing trickery. The murmurs among the random audience members grew louder, echoing Buran's doubts. They questioned how Rayon could have achieved such feats, while supposedly suffering from the bitter cold curse and lacking aura. Some speculated that it might all be a facade orchestrated by the instructor, fueled by the swirling rumors about Rayon's capabilities. Buran, ever adamant, emphasized their shared Sieghart martial heritage and suggested settling the top trainee matter through a duel instead of relying on the current test. Lemaire couldn't help but wear a smirk as he prodded Buran about his eagerness for the top spot. Buran's face flushed, and he stammered, denying any ulterior motives. As the crowd awaited a decision, Lemaire reminded them that the test had concluded. The situation hung in the balance until Glenn, the patriarch, contemplated the prevailing skepticism. Glenn then turned to Leon and concluded that the people couldn't accept the results, inquiring if he'd be willing to duel Buran. Buran grinned smugly, directing his gaze at Raon. Rayon's response was unexpected and disinterested as he flatly declined. He reasoned that the test had ended and the results were on display. Hence, there was no incentive for him to partake in a duel when there won't be a reward. Rayon directed a pointed remark at Buran, expressing surprise at his complete denial of the test results, despite his frequent talk of honor and lineage. Buran's reaction was a mix of anger and embarrassment, leading him to resort to calling Rayon a bastard. Finally, Glenn stepped in, proposing a duel between Rayon and Buran to determine the top trainee. In the event of Rayon's victory, Glenn offered a bronze plague as the reward. As Rayon contemplated the significance of this bronze plague, he explained that the golden, silver and bronze plagues symbolized achievements, and their worth depended on the material. Despite it being bronze, he anticipated a substantial reward from the patriarch himself. It seemed that the patriarch wasn't particularly pleased with Rayon claiming the top spot. After some contemplation, Leon agreed to the duel, and Glenn confirmed the decision. They wasted no time and commenced immediately. Lemaire set the ground rules, stating it would be a single round, and the use of weapons or aura would result in automatic disqualification. They were restricted to using only their bodies. Without hesitation, Buran launched a punch at Raon, who skillfully evaded it. Buran followed up with a kick, but Raon deftly blocked it. As Buran prepared for another punch, he introduced it as the righteous tiger fist, taught by his father. He argued that since Lemaire hadn't prohibited the use of fist techniques, he wasn't cheating. Buran threw a punch at Raon, but Raon managed to block it. Meanwhile, onlookers speculated about the duel's outcome, with some believing Raon couldn't match Buran's prowess. Inwardly, Buran looked down on Raon, considering him from an indirect lineage and weaker. Buran had a flashback of his father criticizing his weaker brother and encouraging Buran not to disappoint him. Now, with his father watching, Buran felt the pressure to prove himself and not fall behind someone like Raon. As Buran relentlessly threw punches at Raon, Rayon's movements remained fluid, effortlessly dodging each attack. Internally, Raon marveled at his ability to discern Buran's fists, their rhythm, and the flow of his attacks with absolute clarity. Buran, growing confident, questioned if Raon was ready to concede, claiming this was the end. However, Raon had different plans. He prepared to unleash his own punch, defiantly responding with, "As if." Their fists collided, and Buran found himself forcefully pushed back, confusion clouding his expression. Seizing the moment, Raon didn't hesitate. He primed another punch and delivered it with tremendous force, leaving Buran defeated on the ground. The shock was palpable in Buren's father's expression, and the surrounding crowd echoed the sentiment, uttering impossible. They couldn't fathom how Rayon had executed the righteous tiger fist. As Buren lay defeated, he turned to Rayon, desperation evident in his eyes, and asked how Rayon managed to use the technique. Rayon's simple response was that Buren had shown him and he had merely copied it. "Sorry, Buren, but he's our MC, and here is a quote, 'The weak should fear the strong.'" The spectators were astonished when they noticed that Rayon had employed the righteous tiger fist, wondering how he had managed to do so. One individual conjectured that Rayon might have clandestinely learned it, for no other explanation seemed plausible. Lemaire was so astounded that he quietly acknowledged Rayon as the genuine deal. Lemaire elucidated that Rayon had countered Buren's righteous tiger fist's rotation by spinning in the opposite direction. Simply being able to discern another's martial arts flow earned one the label of a prodigy, yet Rayon had employed that flow to make the technique his own. Such talent could make someone the most formidable on the continent, and Rayon possessed the sort of talent that Ziegart had longed for, a perpetual talent. Lemaire declared the victor was apparent for all to see. Rayon Ziegart emerged as the champion, thus concluding the examination. Immediately, Sylvia and Helen rushed toward Leon, with Sylvia joyfully embracing Rayon. As Sylvia and Helen shed tears of happiness, Rath, standing in the background, requested to return home due to his hunger. "I didn't know Bro could eat." Ronan's family also hurried to embrace their daughter, while Buren's butler assisted him in getting back up. However, Buren's father watched him with disappointment and departed. The scene shifted to Buren's residence, where Buren stood beside his father's desk. His father summoned him, and he responded with a trembling yes. His father inquired if he remembered what he had told him. Buren replied that his father had instructed him to become the top trainee and not to be defeated by anyone. His father acknowledged this and expressed that he had not asked for much from Buren. He had simply tasked him with defeating Ronan and securing the top trainee position. But he lost to the son of an insect who lost her direct lineage title. He was irate as he asked Buren if he intended to bring shame upon him, or if he wanted to end up like his brothers. His father mentioned that Buren had squandered his initial opportunity, but another top trainee would be chosen upon graduation, and he urged Buren to claim that position. After speaking his piece, he dismissed Buren. Outside, Buren privately mused that he could not afford to miss this last chance if he wished to live up to the Ziegart lineage's standards. In frustration, he struck a wall, attributing his current predicament to Rayon. He wondered why, despite his diligent efforts not to fall behind, he found himself in this situation. Suddenly he found himself in an unfamiliar location, staring at a building before him, and he pondered where he was. He realized that he had come here out of habit, entering the building and noticing its emptiness, likely due to the test concluding earlier in the day, leaving no one present. While lifting a weight, Buren's attention veered towards the lockers, particularly fixating on Rayon's locker. He made up his mind to take a quick peek inside, assuring himself that he wasn't stealing anything, just curious. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld an array of shoes within Rayon's locker, easily numbering at least 10 pairs. He couldn't help but wonder if Rayon had managed to wear out all of these in just 6 months. Reflecting on his own experience, he remarked that he had only replaced his shoes twice during the same time frame. As he turned his gaze, he envisioned Rayon engaged in training. Buren realized that in hindsight, Rayon had always been dedicated to training, even during moments when he acted nonchalant, swinging a sword and neglecting fundamental exercises, or when he resided in the dormitories. Rayon's commitment represented the true essence of the Ziegart approach. In contrast, Buren acknowledged that he had consistently done the opposite. With a final glance at the weights, he returned the shoes to Rayon's locker, securely shut it and departed. Respect, he actually stopped and thought for a bit. This is what I call good character development. The scene transitions to Rayon and Rath. Rath expresses his disbelief, having lived for hundreds of years and never encountered someone like Rayon before. He moves closer to Rayon and inquires about his true nature. Rayon responds, admitting he doesn't know, and encourages Rath to let his imagination run wild. Changing the topic, Rayon asks about the skill displayed in the system. Wrath reveals that Rayon has acquired legendary senses, a remarkable trait that seems unusual for someone like him. He explains that it currently boosts Rayon's senses by just 10%, but he managed to amplify it to tenfold his usual senses. Rayon reacts with mild interest, saying, "Oh really? That's nice." Curious about the name Legendary Senses, Rayon questions its origin. Wrath admits it's something he made up and asks if it sounds cool. Rayon playfully teases, saying that Wrath has poor taste, to which Wrath counters that Rayon lacks artistic sense. The following day, Glenn's butler arrives and summons Rayon to the Patriarch. Sylvia, concerned, asks if there's an issue with Rayon. The butler reassures her, saying the Patriarch intends to personally bestow the bronze plaque upon Rayon. Facing the Patriarch, Rayon kneels and respectfully greets him. Glenn reluctantly acknowledges that he must fulfill his promise. The butler presents Rayon with the bronze plaque as promised, and Glenn offers Rayon the chance to return it later in exchange for an item of equal value. Leon seizes this opportunity and asks how he can restore Sylvia's lineage title. Glenn, surprised, clarifies if Rayon means Sylvia's direct lineage title, to which Rayon affirms. Internally, Rayon notices Glenn's demeanor softening. Glenn explains that Rayon would need to achieve significant feats, earning recognition in this place, akin to plucking the moon from the night sky. Almost impossible, especially for a young boy like Rayon. However, Rayon confidently insists that it is possible. He places the bronze plaque back and thanks the Patriarch for his response before preparing to leave. However, Glenn stops him, realizing that Rayon hasn't requested a reward yet. He points out that Leon's question could have been answered without the plaque. Internally, Rayon is perplexed by the Northern King of Annihilation's unexpected behavior. Glenn asks Leon to share his wish, and internally, Leon reveals he does have something in mind, something he desperately needs right now. Rayon expressed his need for an advanced aura training technique beyond what basic training offered. He asked Glenn to teach him a technique of equal value to the bronze plaque. Internally, Rayon realized that his past life's shadow technique wouldn't suffice to restore Sylvia's lineage and confront Daruth. He needed a much stronger aura. In response, Glenn snapped his fingers, summoning shelves filled with books surrounding Rayon. Glenn explained that these were some of the Sieghart family's books, and that by placing his hand in the center, the book he needs the most would appear. Rayon agreed and hoped for something superior to the shadow training technique. To his surprise, an old book emerged, titled The Thousand Flames Technique. Leon questioned the book's significance, leaving Glenn and the butler shocked. The book opened, glowing golden, and its pages floated toward Rayon. Glenn couldn't believe his eyes. In a brief flashback, Glenn recalled disregarding reports about Sylvia being ostracized by the family, only caring about power. When his granddaughter and son-in-law were ambushed, he felt the weight of his emotions returning, realizing he had lost something precious. Back in the present, he resolved to protect Ron and Sylvia, regardless of their feelings towards him. As the book disappeared, Rayon felt knowledge flowing into his mind. Glenn asked him what he had done, and Ron replied that he wasn't entirely sure but recalled the contents of the training technique. Glenn inquired about the book's name, and Ron, after a moment's pause, replied, "Thousand Flames Technique," while the system confirmed that Ron was now on the path of ancient flames. And the technique was saved in his memory. I wish books were that easy to memorize in real life. After the impressive revelation of Rayon's newfound technique, the Patriarch confronts our hero to inquire if he's also familiar with the contents of the book. Naturally, Rayon confirms this. Glenn Sieghart reclines on his throne, acknowledging the young warrior's newfound skill and dismissing him, as he's already received his reward in the form of the bronze plaque. Rayon obediently exits the hall, the doors closing behind him with a resounding thud, wearing a look of bewilderment. Once the young warrior has left, the butler turns to the Patriarch, skeptical about the training technique the young master now possesses. Before the butler can voice his concerns, the Patriarch interrupts him, requesting an explanation. He reveals that the technique belongs to the very first Sieghart Patriarch, and emphasizes that no one else in the family's history has ever possessed the book or summoned it within the veil. The Patriarch now appears concerned for his daughter's safety, and the exceptionally talented grandson, with the butler sharing the same worries. Glenn reassures him, stating that no one else knows about the Thousand Flames technique. Our hero departs with a smile, armed with a new and improved training method. Meanwhile, the butler once again expresses concerns about the vanished book, but the patriarch dismisses this, explaining that the technique preserved in the book has now found a worthy heir. He adds that it wasn't even a training technique, mentioning that it would have been forgotten among the vast bookshelves if not for his grandson. He then takes his seat on the throne, hinting at the possibility of impending changes, with a tone that betrays his vigilance to potential dangers. In contrast to the patriarch's worries, our hero contemplates the enigmatic new technique he's been bestowed with while scrutinizing its intricacies. A question emerges: why did the patriarch bestow upon him such a potent technique? He elaborates that this technique surpasses even the gold plaque in value. Now fully focused, he emphasizes that such a technique rivals the Ring of Fire, a legend in the martial arts world. That's what makes it truly worth mastering. However, he acknowledges it won't be a walk in the park, as evident when he tries to grasp a burning fire, but it elusively shifts away. Our hero opens his eyes, admitting to another failure, stressing the formidable nature of this advanced technique. He remarks that it was never meant to be easy for him to learn. Abruptly sharing his perspective, Roth now addresses the young warrior, noting that things aren't unfolding as he'd hoped. However, he urges him to persist, cautioning that it would be unwise for anyone to approach him in this state, so he must exercise caution. Roth adds that Lon has gained a valuable technique, and it would be a shame if he were hindered before mastering it. Lon contemplates Roth's intentions, considering that perhaps Roth is onto something. Once again, our determined hero faces a new challenge, knowing he won't give up easily. Rayon delves into the details of the Thousand Flames technique, explaining that it allows one to harness nature's energy to cultivate aura within their core. He emphasizes that an interruption during the wrong moment could permanently harm the mana circuits or the monocore, a particularly perilous situation for him due to the bitter cold curse in his mana circuits. Addressing the spirit, he requests that Roth refrains from interrupting the process, but the demon lord spirit wears a sly smile. Leon suddenly detects a hostile energy emanating from Roth, who grins widely, revealing that he'll only disrupt the training once. Our hero points out that such a mistake would damage the spirit's body as well, but Roth remains unfazed and determined. He tauntingly explains that Leon, being human, won't overcome the sensation, asserting that even if his limbs are severed or his energy core ruptures, he can revive him. Roth unveils his malevolent plan, drawing nearer to the young warrior and revealing that the best opportunity to strike is when Leon becomes unable to use his energy core and loses hope. Surprisingly, Leon isn't perturbed by Roth's sinister plot. Instead, he agrees to let Roth attempt it once to see what he's capable of. Now, Roth exudes confidence that his plan will succeed and zips around the room, flames trailing him. He mocks Leon, asserting that the young warrior should live in constant fear, as the lord of the demon realm could strike at any moment. Assessing the scheming spirit, Leon recognizes Roth as his adversary, realizing that the demon lord will seize his body at the first opportunity. Reflecting on how Roth, the incarnation of rage, had seemed dormant for a while, Leon expresses relief, but now he must remain vigilant. He sighs wearily, acknowledging that Roth is a concern for another time. Currently, he must focus on more pressing matters. Leon approaches his room's window, and Roth questions if he intends to act now. Our hero confirms, noting that it's not a coincidence since the woman visits every night. He gazes out the window with Roth keeping a watchful eye alongside him. As they both peer out the window, they spot a maid slouching by the riverside. Leon declares his intention to handle the matter. The maid is identified as Judiel, and she fervently scribbles on a piece of paper, mentioning that she typically has nothing noteworthy to report, except for mutterings. However, today, she claims to have stumbled upon something interesting. Judiel ponders her report, noting that she never expected the young master to receive such a valuable training technique in exchange for a mere bronze plaque. She adds that while observing Leon, the monoflow she sensed during his aura training was unusual. Concluding her report, she folds the paper in front of her, reflecting on her orders and expressing concern for the child involved. She wonders how long she'll have to continue this surveillance. Placing the folded paper on the flowing river, it floats away, and Judiel sighs in relief. However, her relief is short-lived as a blade suddenly appears against her neck. She had been about to leave when she found herself facing this enigmatic threat. Nervously sweating, Judiel is startled as a mysterious man stands behind her, his blade threatening her. With a voice full of murderous intent, the man warns that any movement or words will lead to her death. The man orders Judiel to gaze at the lake, and she complies, wondering who possesses such a terrifying bloodlust. As she observes her reflection in the water, she is shocked to discover that the menacing figure behind her is none other than our hero, leaving her baffled about how the young kid managed to sneak up on her. Leon confronts the spy, moving close to her ear as he mentions sensing a pair of eyes watching him since his return to the annex. He inquires if the spy has gathered the information she sought. This revelation startles Judiel, and she finds it impossible since she thought she had concealed her presence perfectly. Realization dawns upon her that Leon had been pretending not to know. Pressing the blade closer to her neck, Leon threatens her again and commands her to open her mouth. She hesitantly complies, and our hero inserts a mysterious object deep into her throat. Judiel gags and swallows the peculiar item, then bends down to regain her composure as Leon releases her and steps into the lake. Leon picks up the letter she had been writing and opens it, only to find it blank. Realizing that he can't see the contents, he speculates that there may be a special method to make the words visible again. With confidence, Leon declares the correct answer to be moonlight. At this revelation, Judiel's face contorts with despair and desperation as she glares at her cunning young master. Her voice trembles as she questions how Leon could possibly know. Without directly answering her, Rayon begins to narrate the names of people from the Zygarde family, including Alice, Daniel, and Karen, among others. Our hero deduces that the culprit is Karen Zygarde. Upon hearing this, Judiel's color drains from her face. Her eyes widen, and she clenches her teeth in frustration. She finds it impossible for Leon to have deduced all this so easily, as she's certain her expression remained unchanged when he mentioned the names. She insists that her spy training should have prevented him from reading the answer from her face. However, the truth suddenly dawns on her, and she realizes the pain coursing through her body and Ran's unexpected ability to discern her thoughts so effortlessly. This leads her to believe that what she swallowed earlier was none other than a rage worm, a terrifying realization that fills her with horror. Traveling back in time, a flashback transports us to the moment when Karen tasked Judiel with infiltrating the annex, demanding a meticulous report on every detail concerning Sylvia and Rayon. Karen dangled the promise of a reward, vowing to grant her deepest wish, whatever that might be. Now, fast-forwarding to the present, she confronts our hero, bluntly inquiring whether he administered a rage worm to her. Leon is taken aback, surprised that the maid is privy to this information, which wasn't what he had anticipated. However, Judiel finds herself powerless to reverse the effects. She immediately retches and gags, desperately trying to expel the rage worm from her system. Tears well up in her eyes as she squeals and pants heavily. She deems it the most insidious curse, one that lays bare the emotions of its host. Yet the horror doesn't end there, as the possessor can extinguish the cursed person's life with a mere wish. Judiel also acknowledges Leon's response and concludes that he did indeed subject her to a rage worm. Leon, in turn, deduces that sending such a letter to Karen's card implies she's a spy from the Intermediate Martial Hall. He speculates that the plan must have commenced approximately 7 months ago, perhaps coinciding with the judgment ceremony. Reading out the letter's contents, he notes its remarkable detail, emphasizing that Judiel hasn't limited herself to recording information about him alone, but has also included details about Sylvia, Helen, and all the other maids in the annex. Now, Judiel regrets her past decision to undertake this mission, foolishly believing it would be straightforward due to Sylvia's compromised energy core and mana circuits. However, as she assesses Leon's demeanor and his malevolent intentions, she arrives at a chilling realization. The child before her is no ordinary child, but a veritable monster. Desperate for redemption, Judiel pledges to do whatever it takes to extricate herself from this predicament. She cries out in desperation, vowing to amend the letter's contents and insert falsehoods. Yet our hero remains skeptical, asserting that his information will inevitably reach Karun. He adds that such an attempt would only expose her lack of skill. He then crouches down, locking eyes with the spy maid, his gaze dripping with deadly intent. Faced with the child's fierce and intimidating aura, Judiel can only tremble. Leon instructs her to become a double spy from this point forward. He explains that she can share information with others that they would eventually discover anyway, but must artfully omit crucial details. He further demands that she supply him with the information he desires. Judiel reluctantly agrees. As this confrontation concludes, the young warrior offers a warm smile and departs, expressing hope that the spy maid will have useful information the next time they meet. While journeying through the forest en route to his home, Wrath appears, inquiring when the young warrior managed to summon a rage worm. However, Leon clarifies that he'd never commit such a cruel act. Instead, he administered something that would induce extreme but temporary discomfort. This revelation astonishes Wrath, who marvels at how the boy gathered all that information without relying on the rage worm. Leon explains that various methods exist for obtaining information, even those unknown to others, thanks to his unique perspective. Wrath, however, is left contemplating the spy maid's earlier claim that he might be a monster. Advancing the narrative, Leon narrates that he shifted his focus to honing his aura. Soon it was time for him to depart for the training hall. Once again he left the annex, with Judiel nervously accompanying Sylvia, the young master's mother. Despite his sincere efforts with Azora, Leon laments that he still couldn't join them on departure day. Upon arriving at the training hall, Leon observes the limited number of trainees assembled on the battleground, noticing that only approximately 42 individuals had passed the stringent selection process. He recalls Lima's prior words, forecasting that only a quarter of the trainees would persevere. Lima had proven quite precise in his predictions. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name. He turns to find Runan making her way toward him. The girl advances and stands before Leon, who nervously awaits her approach. A few days earlier, at the Sleon family residence, Lunan was asked whether Master Leon had assisted in her training. She agreed to respond while indulging in her favorite cookies. Her mother, seated across from her, inquired if she had expressed gratitude to him. Runan replied negatively due to her father telling her not to engage conversation first with a boy. Her mother clarified that gender should not hinder the expression of gratitude, emphasizing that one should always reciprocate when helped. As her mother's wisdom echoes in her mind, we return to the present. Runan expresses her thanks to Leon, met with his baffled but appreciative acknowledgement. He steps away, flustered, as Roth materializes and queries what transpired with the girl. Leon admits his confusion. As he watches Lunan depart, a voice calls out to him, and he turns to see Dorian, huffing and puffing, as if he'd just completed a marathon. After inquiring about the young master's well-being, Dorian details his struggles as a provisional trainee, striving to qualify as an official trainee. Leon grows impatient with the lengthy monologue, allowing Dorian's words to pass through one ear and out the other. Dorian expresses his relief at Leon's status as the top trainee, and was about to make a disparaging comment about Byrne, when the latter suddenly appears, startling him. Byrne fixes a fierce glare on Dorian, who promptly squeals in terror before collapsing. Byrne, however, bypasses Dorian and turns his attention to our hero. A tense silence ensues as they lock eyes. Eventually, Byrne stoops and bows before Leon. He apologizes, acknowledging his previous disgraceful conduct at the training hall and his defeat in their duel. Yet he affirms his determination not to give up, vowing to strive relentlessly to surpass Leon in the future. With those words, Byrne departs, leaving Leon standing there in a daze. Observing Byrne's unexpected change in demeanor, Leon acknowledges the surprising maturity of a 13-year-old willing to admit his faults. Roth, on the other hand, remains incensed at the audacity of someone who was soundly beaten but still lacks humility. He even contemplates gouging out the offender's eye. However, Leon urges Roth to calm down, recognizing the significance of Byrne's acknowledgement. Roth, though, remains unrestrained, asserting that, impressive or not, he has no patience for such behavior. Meanwhile, Lemma addresses the students, apologizing for his tardiness, citing a night of excessive drinking as the cause. Continuing with the training, Lemma once again takes the stage, congratulating the students on becoming official trainees. He proceeds to announce that the genuine training regimen commences today, with additional routines supplementing the basics. As Leon listens intently to the instructions, a loud noise distracts the students, who turn to witness the commotion. A voice announces that the initial phase of training will focus on aura training. A girl stands before the training hall's gate, cursing and lamenting the difficulty she experienced trying to open it. Dorian recognizes the girl, prompting Lima to identify her as a failed trainee from the previous year. Martha Sieghart from the direct lineage steps forward, glaring at the students. Lima, sensing her animosity, attempts to assure the students that she's kinder than she appears. Martha, however, takes charge, inquiring about the top trainee among the newcomers. All eyes turn to Rayon, solidifying her status as the object of Martha's scorn. Martha expresses her displeasure at having someone inferior ranked above her. She challenges the top trainee to a fight, her enthusiasm palpable. In anticipation of an imminent brawl, Martha enthusiastically calls out to our hero, her burning desire to challenge the top trainee evident in her voice. Leon, on the other hand, can't help but feel skeptical about this sudden challenge. He's inwardly wondering why he keeps getting entangled with individuals who are nothing short of peculiar. However, despite his apprehension, he steps forward, emerging from the midst of the other students, and with a touch of nerves, confidently asserts his position as the top trainee. Martha's response to Leon's declaration is a sly, almost taunting gaze, her lips curling into a smirk. Her words carry an air of arrogance as she questions whether someone like him truly deserves the title of top trainee. She cracks her knuckles, a not-so-subtle invitation for the impending duel. But just as the tension escalates and the crowd holds its breath for the fight to commence, a disruptive interruption comes from an unexpected source. Byrne, observing the scene, can't help but comment on Martha's undignified behavior. He feels compelled to speak up, and his words cast a shadow of doubt over Martha's challenge. She's visibly offended by this claim and growls in anger. Her retort is sharp, emphasizing the importance of choosing one's words carefully. However, Byrne stands his ground. He reminds Martha of Leon's recognition by the patriarch and the head instructor, a recognition that seems hard to deny. Martha, undeterred, justifies her actions, explaining that this challenge is her way of addressing that perceived injustice. Burren, to everyone's surprise, has a change of heart. He openly expresses his wish that others shouldn't have to endure the same hardships he once did. Leon, keenly observing this transformation, remarks on Burren's undeniable growth, but before matters can spiral any further, an unexpected intervention occurs. Lunan steps in, positioning herself between Leon and Martha, an act that leaves everyone stunned. Martha, though scoffing at the show of support the other trainees are giving Leon, can't help but find it somewhat amusing. She wonders aloud if they're rallying behind him as if he were their leader, perhaps even deeming themselves his loyal followers. Despite her initial willingness to back down and honor the court of public opinion, she suddenly flips the script. In a surprising turn of events, Martha swiftly reappears in the sky, her face adorned with a malevolent smile. She emphatically declares her disdain for cowards and implies that she despises those who hide behind others, even more than arrogant individuals. This unexpected twist leaves both Lunan and Byrne taken aback by the lightning speed of Martha's actions. Their heads turn in concern, but Martha charges forward with her fist clenched, her intention clear. She intends to beat the coward to her heart's content. However, Leon proves to be more than a match for Martha. With nimble grace, he dodges her punches and swiftly subdues her, sending her flying backward. The bewilderment on Martha's face is palpable. She can't comprehend how her punches fail to land. As she looks up to locate her target, her eyes fixate on a fist hurtling toward her. The punch connects, and Martha is sent sprawling. Byrne watches in shock, while Emma observes the commotion with an almost amused smile. Martha's eyes widen, her mouth agape as she struggles to make sense of what just transpired. Left momentarily speechless, she eventually scoffs, allowing her anger to resurface. With an enraged demeanor, she questions the bewildering turn of events, a dark aura enveloping her body as she advances, threatening our hero. She warns him that he won't be walking home that day, yet before matters can escalate any further, her outstretched fist is intercepted by the head instructor, who steps in, declaring that they've exchanged enough pleasantries. Martha, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the head instructor, finds herself trapped, her skeptical gaze locked on him. Lima, noticing the doubt in her eyes, questions why they seem to underestimate him. He elaborates, expressing his frustration at being treated as if he doesn't exist. He addresses Martha, pointing out that Leon hasn't even begun learning aura yet, and asks if she believes it's fair to fight him now. Annoyed by Lemma's remarks and his ongoing commentary, Martha forcefully smacks away his hand to free herself from his grip. Lemma persists, suggesting that they can have their battle once Leon has earned the capability to use aura. Martha reluctantly agrees, deciding to cease her pursuit for the time being. The head instructor intervenes, commanding the young trainee to join him. Martha walks away, her face etched with frustration. Wrath, however, isn't pleased with this resolution and erupts in anger. He questions Leon's actions, wondering why he isn't taking the opportunity to punish the woman who tried to punch him. He even suggests that he wouldn't be satisfied unless he tore her limbs apart and locked her up in a glacier, a statement that's undeniably harsh. Leon, displaying a calm demeanor, counters that he did manage to land a punch. Nevertheless, this doesn't satisfy the spirit of the demon lord within Roth. He insists that Martha must pay a heavier price. However, with remarkable composure, Leon indicates that now is not the right time. As the story unfolds, they all make their way into the training hall. Byrne reflects on his progress, expressing his concerns about the upcoming levels of training. He notes Leon's rapid adaptation, even though he started from scratch. Byrne's admiration is tinged with worry, fearing that Leon might catch up to him in swordsmanship training if this pace continues. Meanwhile, Martha continues her rigorous training, unfazed by the break that the others take. She ponders the mystery of Leon's rapid improvement. She acknowledges that he couldn't have known fist techniques beforehand, unlike Byrne and Lunan. Yet his progress is undeniable, and she's determined not to fall behind. Martha's thoughts briefly return to her past, where she was often referred to as the horrible talent. She reminisces about surpassing those who boasted about their lineage or talent, even finding amusement in their despair. But beneath her confident facade lies a nagging anxiety. Later in the day, Martha heads towards her annex, where a servant greets her and praises her hard work. Her initial dismissal of the servant changes when he tells her that the young Master Leon has been surprising many people lately. However, he adds a cryptic remark that Leon will never be able to win against her. This statement grabs Martha's full attention, and she questions the servant about the basis for such a belief. The servant proceeds to explain that the young master has a critical weakness, something he believes Leon can never overcome. The scene shifts, and a wooden sword resounds with clatters and swishes in the air, as our hero deftly executes various maneuvers, honing his swordsmanship. He pauses briefly for a breath, when a pair of fellow students approach during his training session. One of them hesitates, intending to seek Leon's guidance on their posture, but ultimately backs away without posing the question. His companion, growing visibly frustrated, remarks that Leon's swordsmanship is nothing short of remarkable. A round of applause resonates through the training hall as Martha strides over to our hero, commending his dedication. She acknowledges that she hadn't anticipated him making such swift progress in such a short span, noting his rapid learning. However, she doesn't hold back in mentioning his limited manner sensitivity, lamenting that all this hard work may lead to naught. A hush falls upon the room as students silently observe Martha delivering these harsh words to Leon. She goes on to say that, at this rate, he might at best become a swordsmanship instructor. Lima, sitting by the students, quietly observes the unfolding scene. The ensuing silence doesn't escape Martha's notice as she departs, surmising that her expectations for anyone to speak up were in vain. She further elaborates that nobody would have guessed that even after 4 months, the fool would still struggle with mastering aura. We return to that fateful night when the butler shares his concerns with our hero. In addition to Martha, he mentions that the young master possesses no innate talent for aura, explaining that this was before her adoption, so she wouldn't have been aware. He goes on to reveal that during the judgment ceremony, young Master Leon displayed the lowest possible manner sensitivity. He emphasizes that the only one left in the 5th training hall who has yet to grasp aura is young Master Raon. Expanding on this, he indicates that the bronze plaque Leon received will only grant him an intermediate-level training technique or something slightly above average. The man maintains that considering Leon's struggle with mastering any technique thus far, the results of his judgment ceremony are undoubtedly accurate. He concludes that, while the young master excels in combat and swordsmanship, his proficiency with aura remains severely lacking. This revelation lights up Martha's face as she breaks into a wide grin, bursting into joyful laughter. The man concludes his assessment, stating that the young master can never truly become a proficient martial artist. Back in the present, Martha casually twirls a strand of her hair as she vents her frustration about her recent loss to that halfling. She goes on to dismiss him, asserting that he was never worth her concern in the first place. Lost in her own thoughts, her attention snaps to Lunan, who has suddenly appeared beside her. Confused and curious, she inquires if Lunan has something to say to her. Lunan doesn't mince words and straightforwardly tells Martha to leave. This takes Martha by surprise and she scoffs, questioning if that's all Lunan has to say. However, Lunan persists, urging her to depart and save face. Martha waves her away dismissively, but before leaving, she brags that she only needs to attend an advanced lesson meant exclusively for direct bloodlines. As she departs, Lunan silently observes the brash girl. Night falls, and inside the training hall our hero sits among the training sets, concluding his training for the day. He gazes at his hands, expressing his enjoyment of the experience. He reflects on his past life, acknowledging that on the battlefield he learned survival tactics and the art of assassination. He mentions that the only skill that improved during that time was his ability to kill. However, he now exclaims his newfound enjoyment in learning martial arts and his love for the art of self-improvement. Suddenly, Roth materializes before him, blazing with anger. Roth questions why our hero didn't react when he was insulted, demanding to know if he finally comprehends the situation. Leon is bewildered by this sudden barrage of belittlement. The spirit of the Lord of the Demon Realms elaborates that the black-haired girl had been muttering things about him. Leon is surprised to hear this and explains that he didn't hear her comments because he was too focused on his training. Wrath chides Leon, insisting that he should care more and asserting that he would have frozen her on the spot if she had insulted him in such a manner. Leon calmly states that, as he mentioned before, there's no benefit in fighting her. Leon decides to leave, confident that even without the Thousand Flames technique, he could easily defeat someone like her. He slides the door open to exit, but to his surprise, Lunan stands before him as the door opens. Startled, he asks her why she's here. She holds a box and takes out a cookie, offering it to him. Leon examines the cookie, noting its unusual coolness. Luna notices his skepticism and insists that he tries it. Leon is initially cautious, given his background as an assassin, but he trusts Luna not to give him something harmful. As he swallows the cookie, his eyes widen in shock, and wrath appears, praising the sweetness and coldness of the treat from the demon realm. He's curious about its ingredients and eagerly seeks more. Meanwhile, Luna asks Leon how he feels about the cookie, and he nervously replies that it's good before quickly departing, clearly startled. Luna playfully reveals that it's made of marbled ice. Leon springs to intercept her as Roth pleads desperately, urging her to reconsider. Despite their efforts, Luna departs without a backward glance. Leon stands there, dazed, observing her retreating figure. Roth remarks on her peculiar nature, while our protagonist ponders if she had genuine concern for him. He contemplates her character, noting her childlike fondness for sweets, and recalling that she had reserved one from the box of treats she carried, an act of generosity that touched him. Now on his way back home, he heads towards the annex, thinking that he should find a way to reciprocate her kindness. Roth eagerly chimes in, asking if the girl might share more of that delicious marbled ice cream, announcing his return. Upon reaching his residence, Sylvia anxiously calls out to him, inquiring about the delay and whether he has eaten. Our hero calmly assures her that everything is fine. Holding a letter in his hand, he turns to Judeo, asking about its contents. Leon inquires what the letter from the Intermediate Martial Hall contains, and Judy nervously replies that it held little of note, apart from a request for her to investigate further due to his rapid mastery of combat and swordsmanship. However, her tone shifts as she explains that their interest waned because of his inability to grasp aura. Continuing the conversation, he probes Judy for information about his mother, and she reveals that Sylvia seems to have lost favor with them as well. Judy adds that at this rate, they might withdraw her from her espionage duties, a prospect Leon dislikes as he hopes to glean more information. Expressing his concern, Judy timidly asks if Leon's struggles with aura are intentional. Not wanting to divulge too much to a double agent, Leon turns the question back to the maid, leaving her flustered and apologetic for her impertinence. Concluding their conversation, he dismisses the spy maid. Once she departs, Roth appears before him, echoing the notion that someone may believe Leon is intentionally avoiding learning aura. Our hero explains that it's astute to leverage the prevailing circumstances and atmosphere to one's advantage. Roth, inquisitive, questions how a talented master could find something so straightforward challenging, expressing his disbelief. The young warrior responds that he doesn't know, inviting Roth to join him for training. Roth is shocked and indignant at the mention of training, still convinced that Leon is a sleepless monster. Our hero remains unruffled by his complaints, elaborating on the benefits of training. However, before he can finish his sentence and head out for training, he is taken aback to find Lemma peacefully seated in his garden, interacting with the birds. Leon addresses the head instructor, and upon spotting our young hero, Lemma inquires if he's had a restful night. Puzzled and intrigued, Leon asks why he's here, to which Lemma explains that he has come to mentor him, patting him on the shoulder and indicating that he's here to impart knowledge about his attribute. Leaves rustle and scatter upon the forest floor as footsteps trace their path. Our hero, trailing behind Lemma, inquires if this is the method to understand his attributes. They continue their hike along the hill as Lemma advises the young master to refrain from complaining and simply wait. He elaborates on his occasional laziness, assuring it doesn't equate to incompetence, as he considers himself an adept teacher. Leon expresses his doubts, wondering how he's supposed to learn about his attributes in such surroundings. In response, Lemma turns towards his pupil, recounting the day he first encountered this training technique. He describes it as if gazing into roaring flames, resembling molten magma. He mentions his bold attempt to embrace the coldness within his body instead of purging it from his mana circuits. He eagerly anticipates the possibility of our hero mastering this technique. Breaking free from his memories, Mal notices the student catching his breath against a tree. He asserts that this location is appropriate. Leon surveys the forest surroundings, questioning its suitability. He queries why they had to travel here, but before he can gather his thoughts, Lemma releases a sudden, powerful burst of aura toward the student. This surprises Leon, and the instructor clarifies that he intended to craft a protective blade of wind for his lord. He explains that what the student feels now is the chosen wind. Our hero steps back, contemplating the impact of the wind's presence. Lemma admits that he might have weakened the wind for demonstration, yet he's surprised by the student's lack of astonishment. As an elf, Lemma notes that he has always perceived the wind this way. Leon, being human with cold-filled mana circuits, faces a greater challenge in sensing the same wind. The instructor identifies various winds, warm, cold and sharp, expressing his desire to create a cutting blade of wind. Holding his hand toward the sunlight, the elf proudly declares his achievement. Lemma then urges Leon to determine the type of wind blade that suits him, suggesting he visualize the kind of fire he wishes to possess. Our hero, however, raises concerns about their forest location, realizing it's impossible to observe real flames without risking a forest fire. The instructor concurs, emphasizing the dire consequences they'd face if that were to happen. Entering a peculiar barn atop the hill, the instructor notes that this spot holds great promise for the student. They step inside the modest hut, where a bearded man presides over a crackling fire. Lemma exchanges greetings with the man, who muses about the unusual behavior of the flames earlier, attributing it to the presence of the elf, humorously insinuating that Lemma's aura dampened the fire's vigor. Lemma grins and quips that the man's efforts were bound to fail regardless. As our hero anxiously questions their purpose in this odd place, the instructor reveals it as the locale where one can experience the hottest and most passionate fires in the northern lands. He excitedly unveils it as an artisan's charcoal pit. The elderly man with the long beard takes notice of the newcomer and inquires about the elf's latest companion. Lemma explains that the student is the patriarch's grandson, but the old man remains unimpressed, stating he pays heed to none but the patriarch himself. Amidst the conversation, our hero's gaze fixates on something else, the intense heat emanating from the fire before him. He ponders if this is truly an ordinary flame. Having witnessed countless fires in his past life, kindled bonfires, and even observed advanced flame magic wielded by mages, he's struck by the profound intensity of the fire right before him. Recalling the elf instructor's guidance, he envisions himself reaching for the blazing fire, imagining its passionate heat, concluding that this is the fire he desires to possess. However, before he can make a move, his reverie shatters, and he realizes the old man has quelled the flames. The man introduces himself as Valken, a name our hero recognizes. He gazes at Valken, who asserts his indifference to formalities and etiquette, prompting our hero to stifle a retort. Instead, his eyes widen in astonishment as he recalls Valken as the legendary artisan who disappeared from the world stage 30 years ago. It's challenging to fathom that such a renowned figure would be found in such an unassuming place. Without further delay, he humbly bows to greet the legend and introduces himself courteously. Valken notices the student's recognition and turns his gaze to Lemma, inquiring if he disclosed anything about him to the student. The elf, of course, swiftly denies it. Lemma turns to our hero, explaining that the elderly man is the Zygarde family's artisan, having retired long ago. He mentions that it's been over a decade since the man has been here tending to the flames. Lemma candidly tells the man that, despite his seemingly odd occupation, this is probably the only place where Leon can truly visualize the fire he needs to ignite his aura. As the old man continues to tend to the fire, Lemma requests a favor regarding Leon. Curious, the artisan wonders why the elf doesn't take the student to the blacksmith's workshops. Lemma clarifies that there are too many prying eyes there, and it wouldn't be wise for others to witness the student's training technique before he's mastered it. This puzzles the artisan, who asks for an explanation. Finally, Lemma drops the bombshell. His student is Sylvia's son. The artisan turns around in shock. Before he can respond, Leon steps in, apologizing for the interruption and requesting permission to simply experience the flames. Studying the boy with a kind expression, the artisan explains that he's crafting golden charcoal, known for producing much stronger flames than its white or black counterparts. This has been his solitary endeavor for the past decade. After this explanation, he grants the young boy his blessing, allowing him to stay as long as he doesn't disrupt his work. Ecstatic, our hero expresses his gratitude and thanks the legend. Lemur and Vulcan stand together outside the cabin, where the elf comments on the artisan's kindness. He admits he didn't expect him to grant the boy's request so readily. He pats the legend on the back, offering to bring him some good liquor as a gesture of appreciation for his kindness to the young student. However, Vulcan surprises him by revealing that he didn't agree because of him. In fact, he explains that the flames in the furnace surged considerably when the child entered, so much so that his charcoal was ruined from the sudden increase in heat. He adds that the child's breathing seems to possess the ability to manipulate fire, raising expectations for Leon. In fact, he believes the child might hold the power to fulfill his wishes. During the 7 months Raon spent at Vulcan's furnace, his mind was consumed by visions of the fire he sought to master. While many claim fire to be the most fearsome and potent element, it takes on a different nature when under one's control. A well-trained flame boasts stability beyond comparison to any other element. What's more, the Thousand Flames technique was awakening within him. Raon couldn't help but recall Lima's counsel, urging him to shape his desired fire image. Inwardly, Raon pondered the very essence of the fire he needed. To sever Daruth's throat and restore Sylvia's rightful lineage, his path lay shrouded in darkness, making it nearly impossible to see 2 feet ahead. He longed for a guiding torch, flames as his sword against the beasts, to endure through snow and rain an unwavering fire. That's what he sought in a flame. The fire's energy, unusually potent, flowed into him. The searing furnace heat melding with his being, he concentrated, trying to grasp this fire more firmly, yearning for deeper connection. A momentary thought crossed his mind. Was this the pinnacle of selflessness, seeing the image of his goal vividly? A bit more focus and he might reach his objective, but an unexpected interruption shattered his concentration. A blue aura enveloped Raon's hand, disrupting his thoughts. Suddenly, Roth materialized, bearing a menacing grin, proclaiming that it was now his turn. Swathed in a cold blue flame, Roth reminded Raon of his vow to seize the moment of weakness and freeze him. Panic surged within Raon. He'd let his guard down. He berated himself for forgetting that Roth hadn't made a move in some time. Now it was clear that Roth wasn't an ally, but a demon intent on taking his life. Roth, the king of the demon realm, had become his arch-nemesis. Inwardly cursing, Raon felt his body fragmenting, breathing growing laborious. Moving was perilous, yet stopping the Thousand Flames technique would also lead to his demise. He needed to somehow gather his aura even as he exhaled, the cold air signaling his fading consciousness. Wrath, with his dark, menacing azure eyes and a wicked smile revealing sharp teeth that could send shivers down anyone's spine, mocked Raon's struggle for survival. He taunted Raon, questioning whether he believed he could withstand his power like before. Wrath declared it all futile, as Raon's body and soul would soon belong to him. He dismissed Raon's efforts and life as meaningless, likening him to the elderly men toiling in the furnace. Wrath assured Raon that he would ensure his revenge. As Wrath mentioned the furnace, Raon's mind raced, and he silently thanked Wrath for the hint. Inwardly, Raon realized it was now a do-or-die situation. He knew he'd perish if he didn't take action. Instead of absorbing the nature's mana heated by the furnace, he resolved to absorb the furnace's mana directly, a more potent and scorching fire capable of engulfing everything. In anger, Wrath demanded to know what Raon was doing, to which Raon simply replied, "Struggling." Meanwhile, the elderly men tending to the furnace noticed something amiss. The furnace's flames grew so intense that he had to hastily step back and ended up on the ground. He marveled at never having seen flames this ferocious. Turning his gaze toward Rayon, the seasoned legend inquired about the furnace's strange behavior. Inwardly, he wondered why it was so cold next to Rayon, yet the furnace blazed intensely. Preparing to approach Rayon and inquire about his well-being, he pointed at Rayon, asking why he was trembling and urging him to speak. Just then, Lima intervened, positioning himself between the old man and Rayon. He instructed the old man to leave Rayon be, explaining that Rayon was untouchable at this moment. The old man, perplexed and concerned, pressed Lima for an explanation, as Rayon appeared to be teetering on the brink of death. Lima reiterated that Rayon was currently in a state of complete selflessness, a spiritual state where nothing could be done. Attempting to intervene at this moment would cause Rayon to cough up blood and perish. The old man, his worry evident, inquired whether this chilling sensation surrounding Rayon was the same coldness Lima had spoken of within Rayon's body. He pleaded once more if there was truly nothing they could do to aid Rayon. Lima, his heart heavy with concern, reaffirmed that it was too perilous to take any action. Inwardly, he beseeched Rayon not to succumb to this dire situation. While Rayon fought with all his might to prevail, Roth continued to implore him to cease his efforts, asserting that there was no hope. Rayon's response remained steadfast and defiant. He retorted with a determined bullshit, recounting that he had already faced the abyss of helplessness once before. His past life, filled with meaninglessness, haunted Rayon until the very end. With a fierce determination, he vowed not to let history repeat itself. Suddenly, the heat intensified to dangerous levels, and it became evident that the furnace was on the verge of exploding. The elderly man lamented that the furnace couldn't handle this abrupt surge in heat. In the midst of this chaos, Lemaire pondered silently, realizing that the furnace's energy was coalescing in one spot. He wondered if Rayon was indeed absorbing the mana. Meanwhile, Rayon continued to resist Rath's attempt to seize his body. After a strenuous struggle, he managed to grasp the flame. However, this effort triggered a massive explosion that partially destroyed the hut. Filled with worry, Lemaire cried out Rayon's name, desperate to know if he was all right. Then, to Lemaire's astonishment, he beheld Rayon standing unharmed amidst the chaos. Lemaire uttered in disbelief, "Golden flames!" A system notification popped up, announcing that Rayon had mastered the Thousand Flames technique. Numerous other notifications followed, indicating that the technique had reached a remarkable 2-star level due to its scorching intensity. Additionally, Rayon had gained flame attribute resistance upon leveling up. 2 tails of the bitter cold curse had melted away, and his once troubling poor stamina trait had vanished. The melted cold had transformed into a new trait, the bitter cold aura, which had also achieved an impressive 2-star rating due to its chilling potency. Inwardly, Rayon marveled at how things had turned out even better than expected. He realized he could bloom right away. As he glanced at the notifications, he admitted to himself that he hadn't anticipated achieving this much. Another system notification caught his attention, rewarding him with a 3-point increase in all his stats for enduring the hardships presented by Roth during a critical situation. It felt almost dreamlike, achieving in an instant what might have taken years. Roth, visibly frustrated, questioned Rayon about his incredible mental fortitude, as his sanity had always been on the brink. Rayon, with a sly smile, reminded Roth that he had warned him it wouldn't work, and that there was no point in trying. Inwardly, Rayon acknowledged that he had come perilously close to death this time, and needed to be cautious. Despite growing somewhat closer to Roth, it was now evident that Roth remained an adversary. Rayon vowed to guard his weaknesses and secrets from Roth. Suddenly, Vulcan approached Rayon, expressing concern for his well-being. Rayon reassured Vulcan that he was all right, and happily admitted that he had indeed learned Aura. Surveying the chaos he had caused, Rayon offered an apology to Vulcan for the damaged furnace. Vulcan sighed, and reassured Raon, emphasizing that everything was fine as long as Raon was safe. Valkan, while casting a brief glance at the furnace, mentioned that he could easily craft another one. However, his attention was quickly drawn to something inside the furnace that caught his eye. Curious, Raon asked what had piqued Valkan's interest. Valkan reached for his shovel and carefully retrieved a legendary find, the golden charcoal, which had formed inside the furnace. In a flashback, we saw Valkan's reputation as people speculated about his return to furnace work, aiming to create the fabled golden charcoal. They believed he had been at it for years, considering the existence of such charcoal a mere legend. Some thought Valkan had returned because he was bored. Back in the present, Valkan proudly displayed the golden charcoal to Raon, explaining its significance. It was a type of charcoal even more robust than white charcoal, and had a longer burning duration than black charcoal. Thanks to Raon's involvement, Valkan had finally achieved what he had strived for over decades. He genuinely thanked Raon for his contribution. Raon, somewhat taken aback, modestly claimed he hadn't done much. Valkan, however, looked at Raon, recognizing his confusion. Valkan attributed Raon's training to the wild flames in the furnace and the vitality he brought to them. He admitted that despite his lifelong work as a blacksmith, he could discern Raon's impact. Ultimately, Valkan asked Raon about his goals and the kind of swordsman he aspired to be. Raon responded with determination, stating that he aimed to become a swordsman who never gave up, regardless of the situation or adversary. Valkan was impressed by the young boy's resolve, remarking that it wasn't a typical answer from someone his age. Valkan then revealed that Raon could possess a sword in 3 to 5 years, and that he should return when he had a determined enough spirit. Valkan intended to save the golden charcoal for that day. Raon inquired if Valkan intended to craft a sword for him, mentioning that he had heard Valkan had retired. Valkan, with a hint of humor, replied that people often reconsider retirement, so he asked Raon to promise not to die before that time. As they went their separate ways, Lima stood on a hill, observing Raon's progress. Lima mused that he had been wondering how things would unfold, but Raon had ultimately succeeded in obtaining his aura. Lima noted that Raon had a talent for making people worry about him. He then turned and addressed someone, saying, "Am I not right, Patriarch?" Lima chuckles and remarks that the Patriarch used to visit here daily, out of concern for Raon. But it seems now he's probably feeling quite relieved. The Patriarch counters, claiming he didn't come due to worry. Lima suggests it might be the furnace's sweltering heat, but the sheer quantity and purity of aura here is mind-boggling. Besides, Raon has already stabilized his aura. The kid's got some serious talent. The Patriarch, however, isn't on the same page. He says that Raon turned his hardships into advantages. The scene then shifts to the 5th training hall, where Runan is clutching a box of chocolates, silently wondering when Raon will return. She recalls other trainees gossiping that Raon supposedly hasn't awakened his aura in 7 months, questioning if all those rumors about him being extraordinary were just hot air. They even suggest that Burren and Martha could replace Raon, implying he might not be worth much after all. Worried, Runan expresses her desire to assist Raon, remembering her mum's advice about giving back to those who've helped her. Suddenly, her anxious expression transforms into a warm one as she spots Raon entering the training hall. Raon displays his trademark arrogance towards Wrath, but his focus swiftly veers in Runan's direction. Runan unveils the box of chocolates, gently encouraging Raon to lighten up. Raon accepts the chocolates with a grin, expressing his gratitude, mentioning how he relished the last time she treated him to one. Runan at that moment senses a subtle shift. The cool aura and the fragrance surrounding Raon have intensified significantly, creating a more enticing atmosphere. Raon expressed his gratitude and savored the ice cream. Wrath complimented the flavor, comparing it to his first taste, and then suggested Raon finish the remaining 2 scoops. Raon explained that Runan was sharing the ice cream and advised Wrath to be more mature and calm down. As Raon closed the ice cream box, he praised the treat once more and gave thanks. She inquired if he wanted more, to which Rayon declined, saying one was sufficient and expressing his appreciation. She then asked if he felt better, to which Raon sighed and confirmed his improved mood. With a relieved smile, she responded with "good" and went her separate way, leaving Raon pondering her mysterious nature. A while later, Limer informed the kids that training had grown monotonous and revealed plans for something special in the next month. He explained that since they had honed their basics and techniques, it was time to tap into their energy cores. The children were puzzled and sought clarification from Limer. Smirking, he disclosed that they would engage in duels in a month, much to Martha's excitement. Limer added that the results of these duels would impact their graduation status and rankings, urging them to prepare diligently over the next month. Martha raised her hand and inquired about those who were lacking behind and hadn't developed their aura. All eyes turned to Rayon. Limer then mentioned that he had heard that Rayon had succeeded, although he couldn't recall if it was yesterday or today. Martha turned to Rayon, expressing her eagerness for the opportunity and remarking that she couldn't stand the prolonged training. She reminded him of her earlier statement about not taking advice from those weaker than her, and asserted that she'd been patient long enough. Martha declared her intention to teach Raon a lesson, but was interrupted by Burren, who asked her to step back. He informs her that it hasn't even been a full day since Raon harnessed his aura's power. He goes on to explain that the duel is scheduled for a month from now, and he questions whether she has any sense of honor as a swordsman. Placing a hand on Burren's shoulder, she remarks that honor appears to hold paramount significance for Burren, given his upbringing. She asserts that honor is a distinction reserved for those truly deserving of it. Just as Burren is about to voice a response, Martha interjects, pointing to the trainees behind her, and notes that even those less gifted managed to master aura in just 1 month, while Rayon took more than half a year. She elucidates that even mastering advanced techniques typically takes around 7 months on average, implying that Rayon isn't particularly gifted. She speculates that Burren should be well aware, considering their shared experience at the judgment ceremony. Burren remains silent and non-committal. Martha proceeds, emphasizing that even if Raon excels in swordsmanship, it's futile without proficiency in aura manipulation. She questions if this challenge was Limer's idea to change the top student. Limer hesitates, responding with a nonchalant, "Maybe I don't know." Martha then summons Raon, asserting that he has undeservedly held the top student position for too long, and it's time for him to step down. As previously suggested, she proposes that the winner of the duel assumes the coveted top student spot. Much to her surprise, Raon firmly declines, demanding that she ante up something of equal value if she wants him to stake his top student position. Martha chuckles and inquires if Raon comprehends the gravity of his situation, asking if he's naive. She stresses that he has no allies here. Suddenly Raon wears a sly grin and questions if she's scared, gazing at her with a smirk. Martha, taken aback, asks if he genuinely said that to her, and then bursts into hearty laughter, finding it quite amusing. After her laughter subsides, she consents to Raon's terms, stating that she will tolerate it and asks if he wants to wager on nothing. She unveils what she calls the Calamity Orb, a miraculous remedy her father bestowed upon her, claiming it enhances one's physical condition and mastery of aura. She offers it as the prize if Raon emerges victorious in the duel, seeking his thoughts on the proposition, as it doesn't seem like a bad deal. Raon then beckoned Roth and reminded him of their conversation when they decided to bide their time for the perfect moment to outmaneuver Martha. Curious, Roth questioned what Raon meant, prompting Raon to reveal that he had a plan to gain something from Martha, seizing this opportunity. Fast forward to a month later, and Martha could be found in a training room eyeing the calendar. She muttered that a whole month had passed, and at last her chance for retribution against Raon had arrived. She recollected the moment when Raon had struck her, musing that it was the first time someone her age had ever laid a hand on her. Deep within, she resolved that after 8 long months, it was her time to repay Raon for the shame he had brought upon her. She expressed her doubt about dueling Rayon, who had only been training with Aura for a month, considering herself a waste of time to wait for, given her 3 years of training. She acknowledged the pressing need to accelerate her own growth because there was someone she had to save. With determination, she internalized that this marked the beginning of Rayon's Sieghart end. A few hours later, Lima gathered the trainees and urged them to pay close attention, emphasizing that observing a fight could be as instructive as participating in one. He advised them to keenly watch how the other trainees fought and contemplate how they would react in various situations. He encouraged them to do their best and keep their nerves in check. Lima then announced the first duel, featuring Burren and Dorian. Anxious and trembling, Dorian called out to Lima and promptly surrendered, leaving Burren speechless. Lima chided Dorian, stating that they hadn't even started yet. Dorian revealed feeling unwell, with symptoms such as weakness, chills, and a persistent cough, and he had not been able to sleep the night before. This angered Roth, who proclaimed that if Dorian were his subordinate, he would have beheaded him right there and now. Lima implored Dorian to give it a try, assuring him that even in defeat he would learn something valuable. Reluctantly, Dorian accepted, but the duel was a brief one as he was swiftly defeated. Lima turned his attention to Burren, remarking that he still struggled to control his emotions, indicating that if he had, he could have taken down Dorian in just 5 moves. Burren explained that Dorian's reaction had thrown him off. Lima pressed Dorian, questioning why he kept running away, asserting that he could succeed if he fought wholeheartedly. He added that Dorian could have endured for a longer time. Dorian apologized, explaining that he was just overwhelmed by fear. Lima then proceeded to call the next pair for dueling, Runan and Crane. As they faced each other, Lima signaled the start of their duel. Without hesitation, Crane launched an attack on Runan, but Runan remained composed, feeling no threat. With a deft and skillful movement, she disarmed Crane. Lima criticized Crane, noting her nervousness, and advised her to relax when wielding the sword. He commended Runan's counterattack, but mentioned she could have used more aura. Lima continued to call upon the remaining trainees for their duels. Finally, it was Raon and Martha's turn, and the other trainees noted that Martha must have been quite impatient, having to wait until the last round. The battle between Raon and Martha was intense, with the clash of their blades filling the air. With each slash she directed towards Raon, he adeptly blocked, and as she increased her aggressiveness, Raon skillfully deflected her attacks. She retreated slightly, acknowledging that Raon's ability to deflect her sword indicated his talent in swordsmanship. However, she quickly added that he was talented only in that aspect. Martha then harnessed her aura and proclaimed that Ran, as a halfling with weak aura, had no promising future. Launching herself from her position, she aimed a powerful downward slash at Rayon, who managed to block it, albeit with some struggle. Noticing Rayon's successful defense, Martha taunted him, questioning how long he could hold up against her. She emphasized that aura's effectiveness relied more on a person's talent than swordsmanship did, and someone like Rayon, who had barely begun to wield aura, was no match for her. She warned Rayon to surrender soon, or face the crushing of his bones. Unexpectedly, Rayon launched a counterattack that left Martha astonished and forced her to step back several meters. Rayon retorted, stating that the emphasis on talent seemed to be a recurring theme in her family. Martha agreed, acknowledging that Raon probably found it irksome given his lack of talent. She declared her intent to show him what true talent looked like. Raon countered by stating he would show her something as well, emphasizing that there was something more important than talent. With that, he unleashed his aura, leaving Martha bewildered and exclaiming, "What?" Raon then employed his Thousand Flames technique, First Flames. Sensing the intense heat, Martha expressed her concerns, noting that these flames were far from ordinary and that there was something ominous behind them. She mused, "What are those terrifyingly beautiful flames?" Nervous but determined, she tightly gripped her sword and began channeling her aura, announcing her intent to take the duel seriously. She activated her method form Ultimate Point, a technique that concentrated all her aura into one spot. Raon inwardly admired her ability to employ this technique at her age and deduced that she was gearing up for a powerful next move. Indeed, Martha admitted that Raon is strong, but her confidence in her next attack was unwavering. They charged at each other with determination, their swords colliding with such force that it cracked the very ground beneath them. The trainees watching were left in sheer astonishment at this extraordinary spectacle. As the dust and debris settled, a broken sword lay on the ground, and Martha was unconscious, her own sword shattered in half. In contrast, Raon stood unharmed, looking down at her. The trainees found it nearly impossible to believe that Martha had been defeated, and they were left in awe of Raon's incredible display of aura. Raon then observed that even in her unconscious state, Martha's grip on her fist remained resolute. He recognized that she possessed something more profound than mere skill or talent, a remarkable level of mental fortitude. At the Sieghart mansion, Leimer informed the patriarch that Raon had triumphed over Martha, emphasizing that Raon's victory was nothing short of astounding. This remarkable feat took place despite Martha's dedicated 4-year training of her aura. The patriarch nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the flames he witnessed that day were undeniably beautiful, resembling a fiery blossom, and their power exceeded their size. He expressed his certainty that this achievement would be the talk of the family. He then urged Leimer to mentor Raon, to prevent him from becoming overly self-assured. Leimer responded with a reassuring smile, saying, "Of course." Curious about Martha's well-being, the patriarch inquired, and Leimer assured him that she had suffered minor physical injuries which were treatable. However, the main concern lay in the psychological trauma she had endured. He expressed his hope that she would be able to overcome it. The scene shifted to Raon, meticulously tending to a delicate flower. Roth, ever the critic, asked Raon if he couldn't improve his gardening technique, warning him that he might harm the flower. He threatened to freeze Raon if he didn't do better. In response, Raon gazed at Roth and dryly remarked that he wouldn't actually take any action, urging him not to pretend to be so strong. Roth retorted, blaming Raon's elevated elemental resistance for his antics. But Raon calmly declared that he was grateful Roth recognized it and warned him not to push his luck. Inwardly, Raon reflected on the night after defeating Martha, attributing his newfound strength primarily to the miraculous medicine he had received as a reward for their bet. This medicine had greatly boosted his abilities, with the most notable enhancement being his 4-star water resistance. Thanks to this, most of Roth's outbursts seemed more like jests than genuine threats. Raon mentioned that he had come to the garden on his last day of rest, but Roth persisted in teaching him gardening techniques, which irked Raon. He couldn't help but wonder why he had to endure Roth's lectures, even while tending to the garden. Roth advised Raon to use his hands when gardening to avoid harming the flower's roots, prompting Raon to wonder about Roth's unexpected gardening knowledge. Roth then shared that during his time in the demon realm, he had cultivated gardens of ice flowers, which earned him admiration from the demons who saw them. Raon replied with a nonchalant, yeah. But his attention was soon drawn to Martha, who had silently appeared near the gate. Assuming she might be looking for another confrontation, Raon inquired about her presence. However, Martha remained silent for a moment, leaving Raon puzzled by her childish behavior. Finally, she admitted that she wanted to fight him again, but Raon questioned the point of such a rematch, suggesting it was somewhat pathetic if she hadn't fully accepted her prior defeat. Martha clarified that she did acknowledge her loss, but wanted to understand how she had lost. Raon, in his typically playful manner, asked what he'd get in return. Startled, she asked, "What?" Raon humorously explained that it was customary for the loser to offer a gift when challenging the winner. She protested that he didn't need payment for a fight, to which Raon responded that he did, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. Martha contemplated stepping on the flowers in frustration, but mentioned her surprise that Raon liked flowers. However, to her shock, Rayon confessed that he didn't particularly care for flowers and couldn't comprehend why people liked them. He explained that he was gardening solely for the sake of his mother. Hearing this, Martha refrained from damaging the flowers and declared her departure. Just then, Rayon's mother, Sylvia Sieghart, emerged from the house, wondering where Rayon had been. Upon spotting Martha, she assumed that Martha was Rayon's new friend, someone he had met during his training. Inwardly, Martha pondered whether this was Sylvia Sieghart, who had left the family to be with the man she loved and returned to protect her child, an act of courage. Sylvia, noticing Martha's black hair and eyes, correctly identified her as Martha and greeted her warmly, expressing pleasure at meeting her. Rayon promptly corrected his mother, explaining that Martha was not his friend and was essentially no one of significance. Despite Rayon's attempt to dismiss her, Sylvia wanted to talk to her son's acquaintance and approached Martha, inquiring about her well-being after the duel. Martha reassured her that she was fine, to which Sylvia responded with genuine relief, remarking that she had been concerned. Sylvia then praised Martha's talent and beauty, expressing her admiration. She told Martha how lucky she was to possess both talent and good looks, which caused Martha to blush in response. Sylvia proceeded to ask Martha about her reason for coming. Martha initially stated that she had something to discuss with Ron, but had resolved it. Sylvia, however, insisted that she should stay and dine with them, believing it improper to send away one of Rayon's friends on an empty stomach. The three of them sat at the table with Sylvia serving them a meal. Sylvia kindly informed Martha that Rayon had a preference for meat stew and that she often prepared it for him. She also inquired about Martha's age, to which Martha confirmed she was 15. Sylvia further asked if Martha faced any difficulties in her training, to which Martha responded with a "not really." Sylvia mentioned that their cooks were quite skilled, but admitted that the meat here was of slightly lower quality compared to the main residence, which might make it a bit chewier than what Martha was used to. As they enjoyed the meal, Sylvia, in a motherly manner, reminded Martha to chew her food thoroughly to avoid indigestion. These words brought a flood of memories for Martha, as her own mother had offered the same advice in the past. Her gratitude for the meal was genuine, and she expressed her thanks, declaring that the food was excellent. Sylvia reciprocated the appreciation and asked Martha to be kind to Rayon. Rayon couldn't help but murmur to Roth, seeking an explanation for Martha's unexpected behavior. He remained convinced that Martha had come to challenge him to a fight, and wondered if something had upset her. In his usual playful manner, Roth speculated that maybe she had indeed consumed something disagreeable. While departing, Martha considered that Rayon might perceive her as eccentric, but the way Sylvia looked at her reminded her strongly of her own mother. Despite the differences in their appearance, hair color, and voice, Martha felt an emotional connection at that moment, as if she were with her mum once again. She shared her unwavering determination never to lose until she found her kidnapped mother, a resolve that had emerged after being adopted by Daniel. Martha had carried her promise to herself all this time, vowing never to lose in her pursuit of finding her kidnapped mother. But on that day she'd lost to Rayon, and it left her deeply troubled. She feared that her place in the Sieghart family, built on her talent, might be in jeopardy if she continued to lose. Her father, who appeared gentle, might have been acting all along, and that thought filled her with dread, as it could shatter her hope of finding her mother. She had never meant to lose, ever. Upon arriving at her house, her butler informed her that he had been waiting to deliver a letter from Daniel. Surprised, she took the letter and exclaimed, "Father wrote me a letter?" The butler confirmed that it was indeed written right after her duel with Rayon. The letter contained comforting words. "Martha, congratulations on your first loss. Just one loss doesn't make you a loser, so don't let it bother you too much. But you should think about why and how you lost. That will help you in your growth. I would like to come comfort you myself, but my mission is taking longer than I expected. I'm sorry I can't be there for you myself. I'm still looking for your mother. I haven't given up yet, so you hold on too." After reading the letter, Martha expressed her gratitude, and instructed her butler to convey her thanks to her father. Alone in her room, she reflected on her humiliating defeat. She realized it wasn't due to letting her guard down, she had simply lost. With determination, she picked up a knife and acknowledged her loss. She knew she couldn't bring shame to her father by pretending the loss hadn't happened. She cut her hair, symbolizing a fresh start and a resolve to move forward. Martha was determined to shed the weight of her past mistakes, declaring, "I will become stronger." The following day, a side character inquired about recent events, particularly concerning Martha. Martha stood face to face with Raun and confessed that she recognized an apology couldn't amend her past behavior, but she intended to keep her word. Raun inquired about the promise, to which she revealed the one about the loser obeying the winner. As she left, Raun reflected that her newfound docility had taken him by surprise, acknowledging her evident growth in a short span, deeming her remarkably mature for her age. However, Martha abruptly began berating their green-haired friend, demanding he cease hindering her and move out of the way. After witnessing this, Rayon concluded that her transformation was specifically directed towards him. With the arrival of the new year, unexpected, subtle changes took place. Martha continued to obey only Rayon. Baran displayed increased patience with fellow trainees. Runan appeared somewhat absent-minded, but significantly improved her swordsmanship. Rayon remained dedicated to daily training, ready to give his all. The supporting character marveled at Rayon's swift mastery of a technique, while others speculated he might have already possessed knowledge of it. A bystander pointed out that Rayon had maintained a superior posture, even compared to the instructors. A little later, Lima approached the Patriarch, affirming Rayon's acquisition of the technique through the mind realm and dubbing him a true prodigy. The Patriarch jokingly questioned if Lima was Raon's butler due to his constant focus on Rayon, but Lima assured him that the Patriarch was equally intrigued. Suddenly, Lima noticed the increased activity among employees around the main building and inquired about preparations. The Patriarch revealed that visitors were expected shortly. In a few days, envoys from the Orwin Kingdom, one of the 6 empires and a close ally to the Siegharts, would be arriving. They hail from a kingdom of chivalrous knights who hold the sword and martial arts in the highest esteem. Lima then turns to the Patriarch, inquiring about the Orwin Kingdom's chosen envoy representative. The Patriarch informs him that it's the 3rd prince, but he suspects it might be Duke Tartan. Lima labels Tartan as a psycho and questions his true identity as the Duke. He further speculates on the youth of the 3rd prince, wondering if he's close in age to Rayon or Baran. The Patriarch admits not having that information and tasks Lima with ensuring the good conduct of the trainees. Lima's reaction to the news about their training hall being visited is one of surprise as he exclaims, "Huh? Our training hall too?" The Patriarch explains that the 3rd prince and the Orwin Kingdom's trainee knights are coming to observe the training of their swordsmen and trainees, emphasizing the importance of making a favorable impression. Lima, with a contemplative finger resting on his chin, humorously muses about the 3rd prince and the Orwin Kingdom's young trainee knights, who are of similar age to Rayon. He expresses that this situation could be quite amusing. The Patriarch gives Lima a knowing look, suggesting that he might be concocting a plan once again. The trainees were taken aback upon learning that their upcoming training involved a duel with the Orwin Kingdom's trainee knights. Lima reassured them that they should have already been aware that the envoy was en route, and the 3rd prince desired a sparring match. A trainee expressed his surprise, stammering, "But so suddenly!" Lima retorted by asking what he meant by suddenly, reminding them of his constant emphasis on the readiness of swordsmen, even in their sleep. Another trainee mentioned hearing about a planned visit to the 6th training hall, questioning why they were visited instead. A brief flashback showed Lima meeting the prince and offering him an alternative visit to the 5th training hall, suggesting that he'd show the prince something more enjoyable. Returning to the present, Lima acknowledged the suddenness of the news advising the trainees to size each other up. He then welcomed the prince and his accompanying knights into the training hall. Lima introduced the prize trainee knights from the Orwen kingdom, and the prince extended his greetings, introducing himself as Grier de Orwen, the third prince. Inwardly, Lima recognized him as the third prince of the Orwen kingdom and noted his remarkable strength for his age, as he radiated the most commanding presence among them. Lima then turned to Rayon, inquiring whether he had reservations about dueling with the Orwen knights. Inwardly, Rayon saw the upcoming duel as an opportunity to practice the footstep techniques he had recently learned and refine his sword skills while facing the prince. He expressed his desire to duel with the prince to Lima. Lima reiterated the need to select 20 participants from their group, now that both sides had agreed to the duels. His tone grew menacing as he reminded the trainees that he had bet his entire month's salary on their victory, leaving them with no option but to win at all costs. He made it clear that failure was not an option, stating, "They are dead if they lose." As the trainees gathered, Rayon observed that they had everyone they needed and encouraged them to take a good look at the knights they were about to face. He urged them to pay close attention to the trembling in their opponents' hands. Rayon emphasized that, despite the knights' impressive armor and confident postures, they were all trainees just like them. He asked who among the trainees couldn't help but feel nervous about the duel, underlining that their training's intensity matched that of the 6 emperors and the 5 demons. He reminded them that all the blood and sweat they had dedicated to their training would prove to be worth it. Raon motivated them to stay calm, do their best, and banish their nervousness. Following this inspiring speech, the trainees were filled with enthusiasm and answered with a resounding, "Yes, sir." Rayon took charge of selecting the order in which they would participate, recognizing the crucial role of the first participants in boosting the morale of the rest. He inwardly understood the need for the strong ones to lead, so he made the decision to choose Martha as the first contender. Raon turned to Martha, asking if she was ready, to which she confidently responded, "Yeah, I'll end it fast." Lima instructed them to gather at the center when they were prepared for the duel. Martha's opponent turned out to be exceptionally large, leaving the trainees astonished by his size. They couldn't help but feel like they were facing a fully fledged knight, not a knight in training. The imposing figure introduced himself as Tars of the Orwen kingdom and remarked on Martha's impressively trained but not fully matured physique. He expressed anticipation for their duel. A side character commented on the substantial size difference between Martha and Tars, suggesting that even Martha might struggle to avoid defeat. Unfazed, Martha responded confidently, saying, "Really?" and urged Tars to drop the formalities and come at her directly, because she was confident that she would win anyways. The prince observed the clash between Martha and the imposing figure with widened eyes, silently acknowledging Martha's dominance. He mused that the swordsman from the second training hall truly embodied the Sieghart legacy and rivaled the kingdom's skilled knights. However, the trainees from the sixth hall disappointed him. They were proficient, but lagged behind the Robert family's students. Yet, he surmised this hall housed the truly gifted trainees, watching Martha overwhelm her opponent. The knight instructor remarked to Lima about his unexpected visit the day before, suggesting it was related to their current meeting. Lima sighed, mentioning the rare chance to spar with one of the Emperor's knights, intending it as a valuable lesson for the youngsters. Surprised, the instructor doubted Lima's words coming from someone once hailed as a brilliant swordsman. Lima pondered reverting to his former self, proposing a bet for the day. The instructor teasingly pointed out Lima's persistent betting tendencies and inquired about the terms of the bet. Lima announced a plan for 20 duels with a reward for the winner. He then suggested spicing things up by adding some bets to the mix, rather than just watching. The instructor questioned whether Lima's trainees could defeat the Orwen Knights. Lima expressed the confidence of the instructor on his trainees, but Lima also had faith in his own trainees. The duel between the hefty combatant and Martha ensued, and she effortlessly overpowered him, shattering his sword. Bewildered, he questioned her strength, but Martha confidently used her sword's handle to strike him, claiming victory. Rayon, surprised by Martha's enhanced skills, had anticipated softer swordsmanship after their bout, but she had ramped up her speed and power. Martha then challenged the big guy's reliance on strength alone, pointing out his lack of commitment in his initial attack. Rayon found this quite amusing. Wrath, bored by the fights, likened them to watching insignificant ants, finding this to be boring. Rayon countered, stating that not all combatants were inexperienced. Wrath reminisced about the demon realm where younger demons dueled for entertainment. Rayon, finding Wrath's comments tiresome, silenced him, asserting his enjoyment of the matches. The 18th match commenced with Runan and Idalia taking the stage. Prompted by Rayon informing Runan it was her turn, to which she simply replied, "Yeah." Runan found herself face-to-face with a red-haired girl who immediately recognized her and criticized her absent-minded gaze. Activating her fiery aura, the red-haired girl taunted Runan, who in response admitted not liking fire. So she triggered her icy aura enveloping her body. Their clash resembled a battle between fire and ice, shrouding them in a cloud of white smoke. Lost in the haze, the red-haired girl couldn't locate Runan. Suddenly, Runan appeared behind her, but the red-haired girl swiftly retaliated, only to realize it was an illusion. Caught off guard, the red-haired girl fell prey to Runan, who swiftly positioned her sword at her neck, claiming victory. Though the red-haired girl acknowledged her defeat and complimented the fight, Runan disregarded her, moving next to Raon. She asked Rayon if he'd watched the match, and he praised her footwork, acknowledging her effort before she settled down, responding with a casual "thanks." Lima noted the score, 9 wins and 9 losses, commenting on the escalating intensity and suggesting continuing with the 19th round. The focus then shifted to the duel between Buran and Serun, who exchanged introductions. Raon privately acknowledged Serun's strength, deeming him the most potent among the knight trainees, second only to the third prince. As the battle between Buran and Serun commenced, Buran recognized Serun's skill and strategized to stay vigilant, aware that a momentary lapse could spell defeat, suspecting Serun was thinking along the same lines. Following their clash, both swords were seen split in half, surprising the onlookers, who pondered the outcome. Lima intervened, declaring the 19th match a tie. Raon praised Buran for his performance, acknowledging him as the strongest among the trainees. Frustrated by the outcome, Buran questioned the significance of his strength, believing that representing the Zeegart name should guarantee victory. Raon, understanding Buran's frustration, reassured him by placing a hand on his shoulder, expressing confidence in winning the final match and bringing glory to the Zeegart name. Confronting Raon, the prince silently speculated if the trainee before him was indeed the one slated to fight him. Sensing what he considered a rather typical martial power from Raon, he inquired if Raon was a direct bloodline descendant of the Zeegharts. To his surprise, Raon denied any such lineage, revealing he wasn't related to them. Taken aback by this revelation, the prince internally expressed his lack of anticipation for an overtly straightforward match, admitting his preference for facing opponents like Martha, Buran or Runan instead. "Man, this kid is clueless. He's about to get folded by our boy." So the prince turned to Lima and suggested something. Curious, Lima asked what it was. The prince shared that he didn't think Martha and Runan were tired from their duels yet, so he proposed a match with them if he beat Raon. Lima, smiling, agreed, saying it was fine if the prince won. The prince then asked Lima to inform them to get ready, as he believed this would be a quick match, secretly deciding not to use aura against Raon to conserve his power. The instructor inquired about Raon, referring to him as a monster. He says he almost didn't notice Raon due to his inconspicuous presence. Lima teased the instructor, saying, "So you're not blind after all." He questioned why the instructor hadn't warned the prince about Raon's skills. The instructor believed that the prince, being the future of the Orwen kingdom, needed to learn about loss in a controlled setting like this. However, He acknowledged the prince's strength, suggesting even a genius swordsman like Rayon wouldn't easily defeat him. Lima then expresses doubt, suggesting another wager. The instructor, slightly surprised, comments on Lima's penchant for gambling. Lima assures it'll be a simple bet, proposing drinks as the stake. The instructor agrees and asks for the subject of the bet. Lima holds up 5 fingers, wagering that Raon will defeat the prince in 5 attacks. The instructor responds with a bewildered, "What?" Raon swiftly charges at the prince, unleashing fiery power, ending the duel in a single strike, securing Rayon's victory. Lima grins, remarking, "Wow, not even close to 5. Meanwhile, lying on the floor, the prince admits to misjudging Rayon, realizing Raon is indeed the real deal. The instructor, astonished, questions Raon's trainee status, impressed by his flawless footwork and swordsmanship. Lima explains that's precisely why he predicted Raon's victory. Having won the bet, Lima starts mentioning making reservations at a fancy place for drinks, but is interrupted as the prince tells Raon that he's not finished yet. The instructor insisted the match was finished, but the prince persisted, claiming he hadn't displayed his true abilities yet. He believed if he had unleashed his power from the start, he wouldn't have lost. Suddenly, Martha interrupted, quipping, "Ah, is there a dog barking or something?" Martha questioned why someone meant to be a prince couldn't admit his defeat, likening his behavior to Burron's and labeling him so darn whiny. Initially attempting to be polite, Martha's tone shifted abruptly as she bluntly told him to get the hell out of here due to his loss. Suddenly, the fiery-haired girl warned Martha to mind her words when speaking to the prince. Martha retorted, stating that while the prince hailed from royalty, she hailed directly from the Sieghart family and saw no need for excessive politeness. Lima intervened, clapping his hands and suggesting they listen to Raon's perspective. Lima turns to Raon, inquiring about Rayon's intentions or preferences. Rayon declared the duels were concluded, extinguishing any need for further combat. Out of the blue, the prince humbled himself, admitting defeat with a loud declaration. He confessed to severely underestimating Rayon's strength from the start, expressing deep embarrassment and shame. He admitted to be so ashamed that he cannot raise his chin. Pleading for another chance to face Rayon, he feared eternal regret if denied. Following the prince's heartfelt request, Raon, inwardly surprised by the unexpected apology and the prince's lowered sword, had initially pegged the prince as merely an arrogant noble. Nevertheless, Raon agreed to the prince's plea, firmly stipulating it as their final encounter. The prince responded with a hesitant, "Oh, of course," as they commenced their second face-off, standing tall and poised. A glance at his golden necklace signaled the prince's determination as he tore it off, promising to give his all. A potent blue aura enveloped him, causing Rayon and Martha to subtly widen their eyes in astonishment. The instructor, noticing the prince's transformation, questioned the prince's intent to employ a specific technique. Unfaltering, the prince boldly affirmed his decision, declaring his readiness to face Raon with every ounce of his strength, refusing to conceal his powers. Wrath insulted the prince, calling him foolish for not realizing Rayon was concealing his powers too. Raon assured Wrath that he could still beat the prince this time around. With a smirk, Wrath pointed out the prince's greater aura and strength, questioning how Raon could possibly win. Raon proposed a bet, asking if Wrath was up for it. "Of course," replied Wrath. A system notification popped up, displaying Wrath's suggestion. Raon had to defeat the third prince of the Orwen kingdom. Success would boost all of Raon's stats to 4, while failure would increase his rage by 10 points. Taking their fighting stances, Raon and the prince clashed swords, their auras enveloping the area, culminating in a massive explosion that shocked the onlookers. Despite the ongoing clash, the prince realized Raon wasn't budging, pondering whether Raon was more of a prodigy or a beast. Determined, the prince vowed to give it his all, his aura intensifying. Raon sensed the unique sword technique of the Orwen Kingdom's successors in the prince's energy and anticipated his forthcoming attack. Confident, Raon encouraged the prince to make his move, Unfazed, the prince warned Rayon that he was unleashing everything he had. However, Rayon remained calm and composed, showing no change in expression. As the prince charged up his aura, Rayon silently recognized it as the revered Peri sword technique, exclusive to the successors of the Orwen kingdom. It was evident that the prince intended to invest everything into his forthcoming attack. Gripping his sword firmly, Raon assured himself that he'd thoroughly memorized all the sword techniques employed by the third prince. With that, Raon unleashed the Thousand Flames technique, First Flames. Surrounded by his splendidly blazing aura, Raon's overwhelming power surprised the prince. Witnessing the emergence of a golden flame aura from a mere trainee, the prince realized Raon's strength far exceeded his youthful appearance. Nevertheless, resolute, the prince reaffirmed his resolve, employing his own technique, unleashing a battle cry as he swung his sword towards Raon. Equally determined, Raon's and the prince's swords clashed, illuminating the surroundings with Raon's golden aura opposing the prince's blue aura. Their swords clashed once more, seemingly establishing an equal footing, until Raon's leg gave way, catching the prince off guard as he gained an upper hand. With a resolute determination to prevail, Raon unleashed his powers, shattering the prince's sword into multiple pieces. The prince was astounded, utterly surprised that his aura had been repelled. In a swift motion, Raon struck, leaving the prince on his knees, with the duel victoriously claimed by Raon Sieghard. Observing his damaged sword, the prince remarked on his advantage in speed and strength, then smiled, pondering whether Raon had countered with adept footwork in response to his aura. "The world truly is vast," mused the prince, extending his hand for a handshake. He expressed gratitude to Raon, acknowledging the valuable lessons learned from the duel, conceding his defeat. Raon reciprocated the handshake, offering a smile and admitting his own gained insights. As they shook hands, the prince apologized for underestimating Raon earlier, attributing it to a lack of insight. Curious, the prince inquired about Raon's age, to which Raon replied that he had turned 14 that year. The prince sighed, feeling defeated by a swordsman younger in both skill and character. "Guys, let's be honest. This wasn't a fair fight. We all know that Raon reincarnated. So that means he has more experience than the prince." The prince graciously handed Raon an item, requesting him to keep it. Curious, Raon inquired about its significance. The prince explained it was a token, a sign that Orwen's third prince, Grier de Orwen, was willing to extend any favor Raon might require. Astonished, Raon questioned why such a valuable gift was offered. The prince, defeated in their duel, admitted Raon's influence had cleared his mind, offering a sense of enlightenment. He considered his loss fortunate, believing Raon to be the ideal victor. As he departed, he expressed certainty in their future reunion, hoping Raon would still surpass him by then, finding the challenge of catching up enjoyable. The prince then conversed with Limer, acknowledging their loss in the bet. Limer simply replied, "Yep, all right." Addressing Duke Tartan, the prince proposed a return, to which the duke promptly responded, "Ah, yes, your highness." Suddenly recalling an urgent task, the prince swiftly departed. Reflecting, Raon pondered over his past life, where fulfilling missions without payment was the norm, finding the concept of compensation in this life peculiar. Examining the golden pendant from the prince, he marveled at life's surprising twists and turns. Meanwhile, at the Patriarch Mention's place, the Patriarch listened attentively as the prince recounted the lessons learned from the duel with Raon. Admitting his initial belief in his superiority, the prince credited Raon for prompting reflection and learning, describing him as a remarkably mature swordsman despite his youth. Astounded, the Patriarch acknowledged the prince's revelation. The prince expressed his intent to return promptly, eager to physically train and match the mental growth experienced through Raon. "Bro is glazing hard right now." The Patriarch then nodded in agreement and requested him to convey gratitude to the king for the letter. The prince replied, "Certainly, thank you." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stunning hues, The prince and his companion rode their horses homeward, bound for their kingdom. "Your Highness, The Duke hesitated. Meeting the prince's gaze, he inquired if there was something on his mind. The Duke expressed his concern about the prince revealing his hidden powers and employing the Perez sword technique in the duel with Rayon, deeming it a tad excessive. Stressing the importance of concealing his abilities, the prince chuckled in agreement, acknowledging that he might have gone a bit too far. He defended presenting Rayon with the plaque, highlighting Rayon Sieghart's goodwill despite being underestimated, which warranted an appropriate response. Additionally, Rayon shared a technique that could be deemed a secret, the prince argued. "That's true, but—" the Duke began, only to be interrupted by the prince, who asserted that the plaque was an investment. Perplexed, the Duke sought clarification. The prince elucidated, foreseeing Rayon's exceptional skills and mental prowess at his young age, foreseeing a promising future despite his indirect lineage. He questioned the Duke if he didn't believe it would be advantageous to establish a connection with someone like Rayon. Impressed, the Duke commended the prince for his far-sightedness, to which the prince jokingly remarked that such foresight was expected, having grown up in the royal family. Otherwise, he might as well perish. Silently, the prince thought about Rayon. He inwardly says that he is curious to see how much bigger Rayon's cock. He is curious to see how much better Rayon will be the next time they meet. Returning to the Patriarch, his butler remarks on the Patriarch's potential pleasure at his grandson's acknowledgement by a prince from another kingdom. The Patriarch, bewildered, inquires about the butler's reference. Noticing the absence of warmth in the Patriarch's demeanor, the butler remarks on the rare sight of his radiant smile. The Patriarch, puzzled, touches his own face, questioning the notion of a smile. The butler, insistent, claims the Patriarch has been beaming ever since the prince mentioned Rayon's name. The Patriarch dismisses the assertion, attributing it to the butler's possible lapse in judgment due to age. Prompted by the butler's concern regarding Duke Tartan's words, the Patriarch remains silent, contemplating his response. In a fleeting flashback, Duke Tartan's words echo, revealing a conversation beyond the prince's letter. The Duke conveys a message from the King of Orwyn, Lecros Alberton de Orwyn II, detailing the resurgence of the Five Darknesses. Attentively, the Patriarch listens as the Duke informs him about the unsettling movement of these forces once more. The following day, Lima commends the trainees for their performance against the Orwyn Kingdom's trainees, stating they seem adequately prepared. He announces plans for upcoming specialized training the following week. Confused, the trainees inquire about this special training. Nervously, Green Boy questions Lima about the nature of this special session. Lima hints that it might not quite fit the term training. Rather, it's gearing up for an actual battle, warning them to brace for witnessing real bloodshed. Lima divulges details about a group of mountain bandits, the Snow Tiger Claw, residing a bit south of the Sieghart territory. These bandits, partially affiliated with the North and South Alliance, previously earned their livelihood by charging passage fees along a mountain road. However, their recent activities have taken a darker turn, involving theft from merchants and even fatalities. The trainees speculate if their mission involves eliminating these bandits. Lima admits it was the initial plan. When asked why he used past tense, a trainee hints that circumstances might have changed and entertains the idea of ambushing the bandits instead. "We can't," Lima replied somberly. He revealed a harrowing incident where the mountain bandits had ambushed a village to the south of the mountains, mercilessly slaughtering all the villagers and setting the place ablaze before fleeing. The trainees were visibly shaken by this revelation. Lima clarified that this was precisely why their mission now involved tracking down and eradicating these bandits. Despite being mountain bandits, they were all aura users with a notorious history, urging the trainees not to underestimate them and to remain vigilant. In a somber tone, Lima informs them of their departure scheduled for the following day. The scene transitions to Runan, meticulously slicing a leaf in half during her training. Despite her dedication, A tinge of disappointment colors her expression as she inwardly acknowledges her desire to refine her posture before their imminent departure, recognizing her struggles to meet her own expectations. Reflecting on Raon's adeptness in the art of stabbing, she admits to herself her own frustration at not comprehending her own impediment. Gazing towards the training edifice, she speculates about Raon's current training session and briefly contemplates seeking his guidance. However, reconsidering, she dismisses the idea, opting not to disrupt his focus, and instead resolves to persevere in her efforts independently. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays painted the sky in hues of warm oranges and soft pinks, casting an ethereal glow upon the surroundings. Lush greenery unfolded, with vibrant grass swaying gently amidst proud trees. The subsequent panel revealed a serene oasis, a petite pool mirroring the tranquil training building, each ripple preserving the essence of the edifice in its crystal-clear reflection. The harmony between nature's splendor and human craftsmanship was captured in this picturesque moment. Sorry about that. Runan reclined on a boulder, musing silently that her posture had weakened since earlier, yet her movements had notably gained fluidity. She reckoned that today's efforts had sufficed. Rising and casting a glance towards the training facility, she speculated that Raon might still be there, contemplating bidding him farewell before heading home. Then a recollection struck her, her mother's request to return early this weekend for a promised treat of ice cream. With this memory, she resolved to depart promptly and seek Raon's guidance on the following day, intending to treat him to ice cream then. As she traversed the street solo, a figure trailed behind her, eventually calling out her name. Startled, she pivoted and inquired about the identity of the individual. Her countenance abruptly shifted to one of terror as she laid eyes upon the person. The man possessed hair as white as hers and greeted her, remarking on the passage of time. Syria Slyon, the white-haired man with striking purple eyes, bearing a resemblance to Runan, is introduced as a member of the vassal family Slyon. His smile faltered upon seeing her dismay, questioning why she appeared so distressed at the sight of her own brother. Expressing his discomfort at her reaction, he reminded her of his prior advice against wearing such an expression. Runan, upon hearing his words, began trembling visibly, a palpable fear taking hold of her. Syria then knelt down, acknowledging the effectiveness of Lima's training, noting with surprise that she had grown significantly stronger than he had anticipated. He rose, expressing his pride in her. Yet his countenance swiftly shifted, assuming a menacing demeanor as he addressed her. "But you wouldn't dare engage in warfare or partake in duels, risking your own life, would you?" Following her brother's words, Runan cried out and distanced herself from him. He then questioned whether she had forgotten all he had taught her in that brief period, reaching into his pocket, suggesting he might need to remind her again. Inquiring about the name of her former squirrel, he speculated if it might be Ruby. Syria, cradling a slumbering squirrel, witnessed as he continued with a smile, expressing certainty that she would now recollect how Ruby had met her end, and what would transpire if she disobeyed him. Despite Runan's cries to halt and wait, her brother proceeded, squeezing the squirrel in his grasp until it met a gruesome fate, blood splattering in all directions. Runan's eyes widened in astonishment. She was transported back to a haunting memory of discovering two lifeless squirrels on the ground and attempting to bury them, only to have her brother intervene and crush them. The recollection of that trauma caused Runan to collapse to her knees, unleashing a scream of terror. Her brother, wearing a smile, drew close, whispering, "Runan, you belong to me," emphasizing that until a certain appointed time, she must refrain from engaging in anything arduous or hazardous. He instructed her to merely stay alive and await his further directions. Abruptly, an assault targeted Syria, resulting in a massive explosion narrowly evaded by him. Shaking with fear, Runan found herself facing Ron, who had appeared before her and her brother. With a serious and intimidating demeanor, Raon demanded, "Who are you?" Raon stood his ground, demanding the man to reveal his identity. Syria grinned and retorted that proper introductions should come before seeking someone's name, especially after his sudden intrusion. Raon pointed out that Syria was the one blocking the path in such a narrow alley and asked with a threatening tone if he was a thief or a robber. Syria acknowledged how Raon might interpret the situation, but clarified he wasn't a robber. In fact, he was Runan's older brother. Glancing quickly at Runan, Raon noticed her trembling in terror, wide-eyed and holding her head. Turning back to Syria, Raon questioned if he truly was her older brother, because she looked terrified. Syria, lifting his hand, admitted he might have taken the prank too far, expressing joy at seeing Runan after a long time. Raon questioned if Syria considered squeezing a squirrel to death in front of Runan a prank. Syria giggled and remarked, "So you caught that," explaining that it was not a real squirrel but just a toy. He displayed his empty hand to Raon as proof that there was nothing there, asserting that there is no way he would have killed a real squirrel. Internally, Raon noted the intensity of this man's aura, which he used to disintegrate the flesh and blood of the squirrel. Syria then placed a box on the ground, mentioning he had come solely to give his younger sister some snacks, before embarking on a long-term mission. He complimented Runan on her great friend, encouraging them to maintain their strong bond. Apologizing for taking the prank too far, he waved it off, wished Raon good health, and took his leave. Raon quietly recognized the man. He's the exceptional swordsman of House Slyan, one of the 12 formidable figures destined to shape the continent's future. Known as the Azure Sword, Syria Slyan was merely a name Raon had heard of before his reincarnation. This encounter marked their first meeting. He shared that Syria was a deceitful figure, a man who posed as a merciful hero yet carried the same repugnant aura as Derus. Raon extended his hand to escort Runan, suggesting they depart together. After a stroll, they paused near a carriage. Runan expressed her gratitude as she boarded, bidding farewell. Raon reassured her, urging her to sleep early since they were departing the next day. He lingered, watching the carriage vanish into the distance. Inside the carriage, Runan remained silent until reaching her room, where the ice cream awaited beside her bed. Internally, she noted her brother's return, unchanged from previous encounters. In a fleeting flashback, Runan brushed off a squirrel scratch on her hand, attributing it to her pregnancy and reassuring her older brother Ruby that it was insignificant and caused by the squirrel being overly sensitive. Yet the subsequent scene showed Ruby lying lifeless on the floor. With a chilling demeanor, Syria asserted ownership over her, emphasizing that she must remain unharmed indefinitely, her only role being to breathe. He warned her that disclosing the incident to their parents would result in their demise. He also mentioned he doesn't need the house, threatening to wreck everything if she spills the beans, even going so far as to harm everyone except her. As she grew older, she figured speaking up might lead to someone getting hurt, so she chose to stay silent. Everything seemed fine as long as she kept her mouth shut. She believed she was the sole loner, the only one in pain, until she found solace in Rayon Sieghart. She discovered his kindness, the effort he put in, and the suffering he endured. Seeing how he transformed perceptions through hard work, she hoped to change herself too, but it seems impossible. Back in the present, she sat on her bed crying, whispering, "It's all right, as long as..." She endures. The following day, Lima explained they were in the southernmost area of Sieghart's domain, the Yartan village. He informed the kids they'd be staying there for the night, acknowledging their successful traversal through the dimensional door. Recognizing their likely exhaustion, he advised them to rest well, as it was their last chance to relax before the mission. A local welcomed the Sieghart swordsman and offered to guide them to their rooms. Lima thanked him graciously for his hospitality. Inside his room, Raon was burning firewood and expressed gratitude to Roth, who was confused and asked him what he meant. Raon mentioned he wouldn't have caught on yesterday without the hint, and didn't realize Syria was concealing his presence. In the flashback, after Raon's training, Roth hinted something trifling might be there, prompting Raon to investigate. Now, Roth mentions he'd go to such lengths for the sake of the ice cream girl. Raon believes Syria won't return soon due to a long mission, but knows Runan will stay that way as long as he is her older brother. Unexpectedly, Roth proposes taking Raon's body to kill Syria. Raon reacts with a shocked "What?" in confusion. Roth explains he owes the girl for introducing him to ice cream and offers to return favor tenfold because the King of Revenge returns twice the favor and 10 times the revenge. "Surely you're joking." "I decline," Raon responded. Despite this, Roth insisted he was serious. Raon reiterated that even if Roth's words held truth, he wouldn't comply. He emphasized that Syria's actions had deeply scarred Runan, and even if Syria were eliminated, it wouldn't alleviate her suffering. Raon expresses that Runan, in both his past and present life, is the first child who has shown care towards him. He firmly declares that he'd kill anyone responsible if something were to happen to her. 2 days after departing Sieghart's domain, they reached a village ravaged by the bandits called the Snow Tigers. The children quivered at the sight of charred bodies, voicing questions like, "What's happened here?" and "Why would someone do such a cruel thing?" Baran, beside a burnt corpse, found words to convey the sheer brutality. Raon surmised internally that they must have been decapitated before being burned, glancing at Martha, who appeared unperturbed by the grisly scene. He presumed she might have encountered numerous corpses before or taken lives herself. Suddenly, Raon scanned the area, abruptly stopping and anxiously wondering about Runan's whereabouts. Runan is seen next to a corpse, and on the next scene the young girl stood frozen, her eyes locked on the horrific scene before a burned corpse, an image that seared into her mind, inducing a heart-wrenching surge of terror, revulsion, and an overwhelming sense of disbelief that can shatter any person's innocence in an instant. Lima addressed the children, explaining that the distressing scene before them was the work of the Snow Tiger bandits. He urged them to etch this memory into their minds, advising them to stay vigilant when encountering such situations. Holding an object he referred to as an inaudible whistle, he clarified that it wouldn't emit an audible sound, but would be detectable by trained individuals. In case of danger, they were to use it, signaling the supervising instructors for immediate action. He cautioned them about the bandits' ruthless swords, suggesting that before resorting to the whistle, they should attempt self-defense, even considering not to hesitate beheading them if they get the chance. With resounding agreement from the trainees, Runan, however, stood silently. She couldn't kill even an insect, let alone a human. Lima then organized them into groups led by the top trainees, assigning Martha to Group A and Baran to Group B, each composed of 4 members. Gripping her sword, Runan recalled her brother's words, reminding her that she belongs to him and to avoid perilous situations. She just needs to keep breathing until the day he needs her. He also mentioned that he'd kill everything that injures her. Suddenly, Runan snapped back to reality as Raon called her name, urging her to join him. Runan appeared downcast and hesitant at first, but eventually agreed. They both positioned themselves in front of a stunning, colossal mountain. Raon quietly pondered if the peak they glimpsed belonged to Rutan Mountain. The elevated vantage point would offer a clear view below, plus it'd be easier to escape or take cover if things turned dicey. It seemed like the perfect spot for bandits to lurk, but Raon suspected they wouldn't choose the obvious location, knowing they were being pursued. Since it's the perfect place, they won't be in the mountain. He reasoned they must have accounted for that and likely settled on the hill yonder. It appeared exposed from outside but might hide another area within. He reasoned that the bandits wouldn't opt for the obvious hiding spot, knowing they were being pursued. They must have anticipated that their pursuers would expect them to choose the mountain, so the visible hill seemed like their sole option from the outside, but there might be an interior area hidden from view. With that conclusion, Raon called to Runan saying, "Let's go." He suggested they investigate that hill while leaving the forest to the other teams. Runan simply responded with an "okay." As Runan moved ahead, Raon glanced at her with a somber expression. Wrath then appeared and remarked on Raon's evident concern for her, questioning why he wouldn't speak up. Raon admitted he wasn't sure what to tell her. Moreover, it was a family matter. He added that since he didn't even understand his emotions toward his mother Sylvia, he felt incapable of offering any advice on family matters. However, he's well aware of Syria's actions towards Runan. He silently acknowledges that he should find an opportunity to address the issue, although it might prove challenging to do so. While heading toward their destination, Raon notes internally that, as per his expectations, there exists a concealed forest within the hill, unseen from the outside. It's notably deep and appears to mask human tracks, making them difficult to locate. Yet such concealment tactics may work against inexperienced individuals, but they won't hinder Raon. He reflects that becoming the best assassin doesn't solely involve eliminating targets. It encompasses observation, analysis, and information gathering. While these strategies might fool an average pursuer, they're futile against Raon because he was the best assassin in his previous life. Proceeding, Raon informs Runan that he suspects the Snow Tiger's hideout is nearby. He instructs her to follow silently, even regulating her breath. She complies, and they cautiously explore, seeking potential clues. Suddenly, Raon spots traps on the ground, which he expected to be the only notable defenses aside from the entrance. Evidently, the bandits assumed no one would venture this far, given the numerous traces left behind. Hiding behind a tree and observing the bandits, he remarks that they've underestimated their potential intruders. Among them, he notices a tied-up child, pondering if the boy is a hostage. Despite the robust bodies of the guards, Raon senses no aura from them, recognizing them as low-ranking warriors. Raon assessed the robust man near the hostage, presuming his proficiency with a sword, and speculated that the bulk of the bandits must be gathered inside, as they wouldn't likely leave their only hostage at a basic outpost. He gauged the potential numbers of bandits to be possibly dozens, contemplating whether to signal a retreat and regroup with the main force before attacking. However, seeing the dire condition of the hostage, at risk of freezing to death, he doubted the boy's survival until reinforcements arrived. Since they hadn't been detected yet, the optimal move was to rescue the hostage discreetly and deal with the bandits silently. As Raon prepared to act, he noticed Runan looking frightened and tense. He swiftly called her attention, reassuring her that they could save the boy together, soliciting her assistance. He instructed her to block the sound upon his signal, assuring her he'd handle the rest. "Can you do that?" he asked, to which she hesitantly replied she would try. One of the guards, feeling drowsy, mentioned his sleepiness to the man beside him, questioning how much longer they had to remain stationed there. Abruptly halting mid-sentence, their attention shifted as they spotted Runan approaching. Inquiring about her identity, they received no response. Instead, Runan unleashed her aura to block the sound waves. Astonished, one of the men suddenly realized their voices weren't carrying. Did she just block the sound with her aura? They wondered. The other man, surprised by the presence of an aura user in such a place, voiced his astonishment. Meanwhile, Raon seized the opportunity, and while sneaking by, decided to confront these two individuals first, before dealing with the burly man in the background. Swiftly and skillfully, he dispatched the pair. Suddenly, one of the men's heads flew past Runan, triggering a traumatic memory of her pet squirrel's death from her childhood. Witnessing this, her eyes widened, and the trauma overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse, clutching her head and screaming. Although Raon found no pleasure in this situation, he noted that the mana barrier was broken, wondering if her trauma resurfaced due to these events. Terrified with heavy breathing, Runan's distress escalated, leading Raon to realize that the bandits might discover them if this continued. As Runan faced imminent danger from the bandit's sword, Raon, with a look of fear on his face, took swift action. He managed to overpower the bandits, saving Runan just in the nick of time. Pointing his sword at the bandit's neck, Raon warned him to stay quiet or face immediate consequences. Raon laid out the rules: answer questions or lose a bone each time he refused. Glancing back, Raon noticed Runan still trembling, but acknowledged her quick thinking in putting up a mana barrier, which saved them. Raon began the interrogation, asking if the man was part of the Snow Tiger Claw, to which he reluctantly admitted. Further questioning revealed there were 39 of them in the forest, and one more hostage. Raon, realizing the significance, pressed on about the hostages, and the man confirmed one more was inside. A kid who had been a previous hostage disclosed that the captive was his younger sister, pleading with Raon to save her. Runan reassured the worried kid that they would save his sister, encouraging him not to worry. However, Raon, ever pragmatic, advised Runan against making promises. Undeterred, Runan affirmed, "But we're going to." Raon, recognizing the determination, reminded her that while they could handle the bandits, securing support was crucial for a safe hostage rescue. He figured out there were 36 bandits plus the leader of the Snow Tiger Claw, making it potentially risky. Runan then asked if she should blow the whistle, and Raon agreed, thinking it was a good idea. So Runan blew on the whistle with all her might. Raon, standing right next to her, couldn't hear any noise from the whistle, realizing Lima must have had a reason for giving them that particular whistle. Suddenly, in an angry tone, someone in the bandit crowd mentioned a silent whistle being used, urging everyone to get up because someone was onto them. Runan and Raon were shocked. Raon, in particular, was confused and taken aback that someone had sharp enough senses to detect the whistle, which even he couldn't hear. Hiding behind a tree, Runan and the kid, Raon, positioned himself with a sword at the bandit's neck as the rest of the bandits faced them. The leader, an elderly man with white hair and an X-scar on his cheek, casually remarked about a young kid like him causing scene by coming all the way here. With a nonchalant expression, he inquired about who he had called with the whistle. Raon, keeping the sword at the man's neck, brushed off the question, stating it's none of his business and proposing a hostage trade. "Trade hostages?" the man asks. Raon responds, telling him that if he hands over the child, he'll release the man too. Suddenly the old man bursts into laughter, stating he doesn't care whether the hostage Raon holds lives or dies. Continuing, the old man emphasizes that the hostage holds no value to him, unlike the child. Pointing his sword at the child's neck, he warns Raon that if he doesn't want to see the child's head roll, he should put down his sword immediately. The little girl looks sad and starts crying upon hearing the man's words. With a piercing stare, Raon acknowledges, saying, "I see." He instructs Runan to turn around and wait for his signal. After Runan complies, Raon swiftly slashes the throat of the man he held hostage, blood splattering everywhere. The bandits witnessing the scene scorn Raon. In a sudden motion, Raon throws his sword towards a bandit, catching him off guard as the sword pierces his chest. In a loud tone, Raon instructed Runan to create a frost fog using aura, and she swiftly followed his command. The frost fog enveloped the surroundings, leaving the bandits unable to see anything. Exploiting the confusion, Raon dashed past them, rescuing the unconscious little girl who had been the hostage. The bandits, realizing Raon had escaped with the child, cursed and vowed to find and kill him. Hiding somewhere safe, Raon observed the unconscious kids and mentioned to Runan that they might have passed out due to the cold. Unable to run away with them in that state and uncertain about the bandits' plans for the village, Raon decided they needed to eliminate the threat. Despite sustaining an injury to his hand, Raon insisted that Runan stay and protect the kids while he dealt with the bandits. With a concerned look, Runan informed Raon about his bleeding arm. Raon reassured her, insisting he's okay and expressing his intent to swiftly deal with the bandits before returning. As Raon prepared to depart, Runan grasped his sleeve, urging him not to go due to the danger of fighting while injured. She pointed out that the instructors would arrive soon, suggesting they wait for assistance. Raon met Runan's gaze, kneeling to her eye level, and empathetically acknowledged the frightening nature of the battlefield. Understanding the shared experience between trainees like them, and seasoned swordsman. He inquired if she knew what was even more frightening, promptly responding, being paralyzed by fear and unable to take action. He states that the bandits have committed egregious and unforgivable acts. He's confident that among the deceased, there are individuals who attempted to shield their village and others, who fought valiantly until the very end to safeguard their loved ones. Emphasizing their allegiance as Sieghart swordsmen, he asserts that they cannot overlook these deaths. Raon continued, emphasizing the importance of completing their mission to honor the sacrifices made and safeguard those who survived. Although uncertain about her brother's actions, he conveyed that the more frightened she becomes, the greater the influence of that man's shadow. He warned her that succumbing to fear would only deepen its hold, advising her to resist letting fear dictate her actions. With a final expression of words, he called her name, Runan Slyon, affirming that she alone has the power to protect herself and those she cherishes. From his pocket, he took something and handed it to her, stating that the choices they make from this point forward are hers to decide. As he rose and headed towards the bandit's lair, he reassured her that she no longer needed to linger in the shadows. Runan remained silent, reflecting on his words and recalling his brother. Internally, she expressed a desire for change, wanting to break free from the constraints of the past. Determined to protect what mattered to her, she resolved to step out of the dark shadows and into the bright light. The scene revealed that Raon had given her a figurine of a squirrel, reminding her of her old pet squirrel Ruby, a gesture that meant a lot to her. Raon re-entered the bandits' lair, displaying ruthless efficiency by dispatching 3 of them with a single slash each. Amidst the chaos, the bandits, infuriated, cursed, urging each other to end the young threat. Despite their attempts, anyone who approached Ron met a swift demise. As Ron skillfully eliminated foes, the old man, baffled by their inability to stop a mere child, shouted in frustration. In a dramatic turn, someone leapt behind Ron, ready to strike. Alert and quick, Ron turned just in time to dodge the impending attack. The old man, now facing Raon, declared, "You're dead, you little brat," and lunged again. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene as the old man attacked, but to his astonishment, Raon had vanished from his original position. Bewildered, he muttered, What? Where did he just vanish to?" Unbeknownst to the old man, Raon had positioned himself behind, questioning the man's cowardly waiting tactics. Without hesitation, Raon effortlessly decapitated him, the old man's head soaring as blood scattered. The bandits, witnessing Raon's prowess, nervously dubbed him a monster, grappling with the mystery of how such strength could exist in someone so young, questioning if Raon was truly just a trainee. Raon instructed them to surrender after their leader's demise, but his attention quickly shifted as he skillfully intercepted an incoming attack. Suddenly a voice chimed in expressing disbelief, emanating from a brown-haired man. Curious, the brown boy questioned the logic of dying to a mere child, warning that it would only bring shame on themselves if they enter the North and South Alliance like this. Upon scrutinizing Ran, the brown boy acknowledged Ran's apparent affluence, suggesting he hailed from a well-off family, a more desirable hostage than their previous captive. Without hesitation, the man lunged at Raon, remarking that he had feared their offerings might fall short, expressing gratitude to the heavens for not abandoning him, Vukan. With a formidable strike, Vukan slashed at Raon, declaring his intention to take Raon, his friend, and the other children as hostages. Despite Raon successfully blocking the attack, he recognized the strength of the Snow Tiger Claw Chief. Initially considering him a novice with the sword, Raon revised his assessment, identifying him as a proficient sword user. Raon grappled with the chief, employing both hands to parry the chief's slashes. Meanwhile, a voice from the sidelines exclaimed the discovery of Runan and the hostages. Observing Runan in a tense struggle with an opponent, Raon, torn between the two conflicts, inwardly worried at the unpreparedness of Runan for battle, feeling the need to rush to her aid. Distracted, Raon barely blocked a slash from the chief, who, seizing the opportunity, questioned Raon's gaze diversion, expressing disbelief at his concern for his friend and the hostages. The chief, adopting a menacing tone, suggested reveling in the battle and urged Raon to forsake thoughts of his friend for the moment. Outside the fray, a bandit, observing Runan, cursed at her utilization of peculiar skills while noting her apparent lack of killing anyone before. Approaching Runan, he demanded the release of the hostages instead of engaging in fouling around. Surveying the children behind her, Runan resolved to protect them at all costs. Gripping her blade tightly, she acknowledged the necessity of killing the enemy in front of her, thankful that the bandit posed no significant challenge. She wants to kill the man, motivating herself and recalling not to forget Raon's words. As the man rushed at her, a vision of her brother holding her sword flashed before her. Trauma resurfaced, and she felt the need to push it away, haunted by the fear from that day. Wondering if she could protect something like Raon does, she realized her inability to wield a sword properly, scared as she had never protected anything before. Suddenly, someone called her name, and as she snapped back to reality, she realized it was Raon. His gentle tone reassured her, saying it's okay and that she can do it. His words felt like a comforting message to her younger self, urging her not to worry and come along. Runan's eyes welled up. Now prepared for the fight, she silently acknowledged that she had to thank Raon for instilling courage in her. Her sword now surrounded by her cold aura, she faced the bandit about to strike, ready to retaliate. With a swift motion, she slashed the man, inwardly expressing gratitude to Raon for helping her move forward and for believing in her. The chief, observing the situation, criticized everyone for losing to these kids, branding them as useless. However, Raon caught his attention, insisting they were not just little kids. Charging his fire aura, he declared to the chief that Runan is a child who overcame her dark past on her own and possessed a kinder and stronger heart than anyone he knew. Flames growing, Raon portrayed her as a swordsman who had overcome trials. Employing his powers, he executed the 1,000 Flames technique, first flames, flower fall, swiftly slashing and defeating the chief. Moments later, Raon checked a chest for remaining traps before the instructors arrived. There he discovered a two-tone flower, a rare miracle herb. Pondering if the bandits massacred an entire village for this, he was interrupted by a voice asking if it was already over. Raon and Runan turned to see a red-haired man, noticing Raon holding the same two-toned flower that Vukan had. With a smile, the man inquires if they killed them all. The man is revealed to us as the North and South Alliance's eternal bandit chief. Raon, unfazed, asks what if they did. The man maintained his smile, remarking on Raon's boldness. He acknowledged Raon's ability to judge situations, attributing his confidence to skill. When Raon questions his affiliation with the North and South Alliance, the man confirms it, introducing himself as Richter. Upon hearing the name, Raon inwardly acknowledges Richter with a hint of nervousness. Inwardly, Raon recalled hearing Richter's name before. A genius swordsman who joined the North and South Alliance with only a sword, rising to chief of a large mountain bandit group in a decade. Raon acknowledged that the Snow Tiger Claw bandits couldn't compare. Richter was a true martial artist with genuine skills. Richter discerned that these kids hailed from a renowned family, a direct lineage of the Zegarts. Observing the absence of engravings on Raon's and Runan's swords, he concluded that they must be trainees. What should I do?" he uttered, then with a nonchalant tone and expression he casually proposes, "Should I kill you?" Richter unleashes his formidable aura, signaling his hostile intentions. Raon, having once lived the life of an assassin, remains unfazed, drawing his sword in response. Richter, impressed by Raon's composure, questions how he can withstand such a potent aura. Now he understands that Raon is not just a normal kid. In his mind, Raon was contemplating all the things he can do to kill this guy. He knows he can kill this man if he approaches from behind, but he can't defeat him as he is right now in a head-on fight. But for some reason, Raon doesn't want to back down, so he tells him to take his sword and come at him with all his might. Richter is shocked to hear this, because he knows that Rayon already understands the situation, knows that he is going to be defeated. But Rayon, with a confident voice, says that it's common sense for the weak to die to the strong. This leaves Richter dumbfounded, because he feels that it's something a kid should not say. After hearing this, he actually loses his interest to fight with Ron, because now he knows what kind of person Rayon is, and he thinks that it will be a shame to kill someone like him. But Rayon doesn't back down even now. He says, a martial artist doesn't choose where he dies. All this stuff coming out of Rayon's mouth is making Richter more confused and flustered. He sarcastically asks Rayon if he's sure he is a kid. Does he have a collection of famous quotes or something? He was standing right in front of him and says that there is another reason why he doesn't want to kill him right now. He says, the vicious wind has been watching us for a while. Rayon doesn't understand what he is saying, but Richter jumps and gets away from Rayon and tells him that it would have been fun if he were a part of the North and South Alliance. He stands on a snowy peak and asks Rayon about his name. He looks curious to know more about Rayon. Rayon tells him that he is Rayon Sieghart. After hearing Rayon's name, he tells him that he hopes that one day he will hear about him from across Mount Terukan and Rabel River, and then he vanishes away from here. After this, Rayon checks on Runan and tells her that they should leave from here too. Runan is thinking about something now about her fight. She asks him if she was good. Rayon is confused and dumbfounded by this question, but he simply smiles and tells her that she was the best. This makes Runan happy, and this was the end of Rayon's short but also long first mission. After a while, Rayon returned and met the other trainees. He had returned with the head of the Snow Tiger Claw Bandits chief. Because of this, Martha and Buren were upset that they lost to him once again. Other students were a little bit upset too, so Lima comforted the other students for not performing as well. He also gave them some advice, which actually turned into a storytelling of how great his own first mission went for him. So we can say that the headmaster was pleased with how he did on his own first mission. Even Roth started to brag about his first battle, and he started to tell Rayon about his first battle in which he froze an entire castle. Listening to the two very talkative people reminiscing almost made Rayon feel his ears were bleeding. The rescued children had lost their parents, so the Slyon family decided to take them in. Slyon family is the family of Runan, and even the children liked the decision, since they started to like Runin after a few days. Upon returning from the missions, Runin and Rayon were summoned by the Patriarch, where they were awarded with a bronze medal for their accomplishments. At first, Rayon was surprised to be praised by the Patriarch, and we get to know the Patriarch gave Rayon the two-tone flower by calling it Rayon's own loot, despite the flower being a very rare miracle medicine. The Patriarch decided to give it to Rayon. Rayon is visibly confused about this, but he still takes it since getting the two-tone flower is quite a big deal. At night, when Rayon came back to his home, his eyes were stunned to see someone in front of him. He was confused and flustered to see Dorian here. He asked Dorian why he was here, to which Dorian replied that Madame Sylvia had asked him to stop by. He further tells that Madame Sylvia asked him about what happened once the mission was completed. Rayon was stunned to hear this. Beads of sweat fell from his face as he was in terrible shock. With a pinch of fear in his voice, he asked Dorian if he had told her everything. Dorian's eyes teared up when he informed Rayon that he told Madame Sylvia about the touching story. Rayon was dumbfounded by this and inwardly wondered, what has this idiot done? Suddenly he heard Sylvia's voice, who was accompanied by Maid Helen. Both of their faces looked like they couldn't process what they had just heard. Rayon thought that Sylvia would be really mad if she knew that he stepped up to kill the bandits. He tried to explain the situation, but suddenly Sylvia ran up to him and hugged him. She smiled and told Rayon that he did a great job. Rayon was confused by this series of events. Sylvia asked her why she thought she would be mad. Rayon replied that Sylvia always tells him to be careful. Rayon was about to say some more things, but Sylvia cut him off and said that the reason the first Patriarch wielded his sword was to protect the weak. She told him that he always has reached out his hand to those in need since then. The Sieghart continued to carry out his will to protect the weak. She tells Rayon that her dream was to become a swordsman like the first patriarch. So how could she scold Rayon for saving the hostages? She put both of her hands on Rayon's shoulders and told him that she was proud of him. Maid Helen was also proud to hear the story, and she told the other maids that tomorrow she would go to the main residence and she would brag about Rayon's successful first mission. Sylvia was very emotional, but on the other hand, Rayon was not able to understand her. He felt that emotions were too complicated for him. He turned his face behind to look at what that bastard Dorian had done, but he was long gone from here. Rayon felt that the situation was not that bad either. On the other hand, we see Runan cherishing the wooden squirrel which was given to her as a present by Rayon. She was lying on her bed and thinking about the moments spent with Rayon. She remembers on their first mission, where Rayon motivated her to move forward and forget about her dark past. In her mind, she thinks that next time when she will meet him, she will thank him for all that he did for her. Now we find ourselves in the forest, where Lima was also thinking about Rayon. We get to know what Rictor was telling Rayon about the vicious wind. Actually, Lima was hiding behind the tree and watching the interaction between Richter and Rayon. With a grin, Lima says that it's been so long since he have seen in someone what he saw in the patriarch. To him, it seems like the seed for a new king has begun to sprout. Now we behold the grand presidential building of the Robert family. Inside, a man sat at his office table engrossed in writing. By the way, do you recall this white-haired gentleman? If not, allow me to remind you. He is Sir Deruth Robert, the primary antagonist of our tale, the one who ended Rayon's life back in the first chapter. He was writing something in his book and noticed blood on the page. When he checked, he noticed the wound was still not closed. He remembers the day when he killed Rayon, but before dying, Rayon charged up towards him and attacked him. He remembered that it had been 17 years already since the day Rayon had given him this wound. He continued to try out different high-quality miracle medicine since that day, but it didn't work. He also hired skilled physicians and renowned priests. However, no one has been able to erase this wound from his hand. He sees the wound on his hand, which neither heals nor gets worse. He feels that the wound looks exactly similar, just like it did the day he got it. He feels the wound is communicating to him, and it wants him to remember that day. He sarcastically says, "So some dead spirit is asking me to remember him," and feels that Rayon is standing in front of him, and he laughs at him. He says that the past doesn't matter, because he is not a person who will look back on his own past. Now we get to know that there is only little time left until Robert's lifelong wish will come true. I feel he is planning something cruel, but we don't know what that is. Now we see Rayon, who has achieved many rewards on his status window. We can see the bitter cold curse has been weakened. He got the 3-star Thousand Flames technique, and he has also achieved 3-star bitter cold aura. He got 3-star legendary senses, 3-star flame attribute resistance, and now he has achieved entry to sword expert. His aura manipulation speed has also increased. All of his stats have greatly increased. His sword proficiency has increased. His footwork technique proficiency has also increased. His PP has also increased. He is happy to see all these appraisals in his skills. He finally reached the expert realm, and he is satisfied with his performance. Although it is still entry level, but we all know that Rayon has worked really hard to reach this point. Roth tries to insult Rayon by saying that it is ridiculous because even a swordsmaster is just near an insect in front of him. So why is Rayon being proud of himself for becoming an expert level? Rayon tells him that it is rare for a 15-year-old to become an expert level. Even if someone looks all over the continent, they won't be able to find anyone of Rayon's age who has already achieved expert level. Roth annoyingly tells him that only idiots consider age on the battlefield. Age doesn't matter. Weak is still weak. But surprisingly, Rayon doesn't argue back. He accepts what Roth is saying. He says that even he knows that no one goes easy on the opponent just because the opponent is young when they are on the battlefield. Roth is still annoyed and further tells Rayon that he is very weak compared to him. Even if Rayon tries, he can't even touch his fingernail. But Rayon smiles. and tells him that he also agrees with him. Then Roth questions, "If you know that you are still so weak, then why are you able to smile like this?" To this, Ran replies, "Because I'm happy. In my past life, I was nowhere near this level." He continues, "Even you admitted that I have grown somewhat." Hearing this, Roth becomes speechless, and he doesn't know what he should reply to Ran. He starts to throw a tantrum like a little child and says, "Why would I praise a human? I will never do that." Ran roasts him and says, "Don't get so mad over such small things." Ran says that he heard Roth's voice shake a little, so it confirms to him that he has become stronger. They both have been together long enough to know what Roth is thinking, but Roth doesn't accept this. He tells Rayon, "A human like you who can see through my behavior should deserve more than death." Now he tries to freeze Rayon with his power, but that doesn't affect Rayon at all. He smiles and tells him that this kind of rage is nothing for him now. He claims that if Roth doesn't get his power again, then he's going to be eaten by him instead. Now we see Roth's typical useless trash talk, and he starts to reminisce again by saying, listening to Rayon's nonsense reminds him of the old days. He starts to tell his story that back in his days in the demon realm, there were demons who came to challenge him. But before he can continue his story, Rayon starts to walk away from here. These two have an interesting relationship. Let's see how their relation will grow in the future. The next day in the training hall, Lima tells everyone that the training for today is over and they can go now. But Björn stops Lima and reminds him that he himself has come 20 minutes late. So shouldn't all the students go 20 minutes past the usual time? But the lazy Lima tries to sneak his way out, saying that they can make up for it tomorrow, and that was enough for today. Inwardly, Björn calls him an irresponsible elf. Now Rayon gathers all the students around him and tells them to finish up the training. The one in charge for today should start the cleanup, he says. We see Dorian go to a locker to pick up cleaning stuff, but as soon as he closes the locker, he notices that Martha was giving him cold stares. He gets really afraid and screams, trying to run away from her, but she catches him. Annoyed, she tells him to quickly finish cleaning up everything together because she's already busy enough with her training. She's cold and shouts at other students, asking them, what are they all loitering around for? Since she have to clean, she tells them to quickly get out from here. This makes Rayon realize that she is only calm towards him, and even the headmaster was standing behind him, confirming that she is unchanged. She only switches up around Ran. Ran turns behind and is confused to see Headmaster Lima here because he had run away from here just now. The headmaster goes in front and tells everyone that he's come back for something he forgot. The students standing there are a little bit afraid and scared to know what he is about to say. They all question what did he forget. The headmaster gathers all around here and announces them to listen carefully. He claims that there is something else he has to announce, and it is really very important. Students are curious and confused to know what it is this time, and the headmaster tells them that there is a second mission for all of them. Hearing this, all the students get confused and stand still in one place. They don't know how should they react to this. The headmaster laughs and says how could he forget to tell them this important thing. All the students are dumbfounded that how could Headmaster Lima could be so irresponsible that he forgot such an important thing. We get to know that it's already been half a year since the first mission has been completed. Raun thinks it took longer than expected for the second mission to come. He feels that there are fewer duties for the Siegharts to handle compared to his past life. Headmaster now further explains them about the second mission. Apparently there has been orc invasions in the southern part of the Zart territory, and their mission is to eliminate the orcs who are threatening the villagers, and they should protect the people of the village. In simple words, we can say that their mission is the protection of the village and monster raid. Everyone gets excited to hear this news because it is an actual orc raid. They always waited for such a kind of mission to arrive. Now they all can show their sword skills and finally test out their swordsmanship skills. Lima calls them newbies and grabs the attention by saying that why are they so excited about this mission. They all get confused by the headmaster's words. But now the headmaster further explains that the instructors will not be accompanying them on this mission. They are the only ones going to the village, and they need to work together to accomplish the mission. Now, this was surprising for all of them. But suddenly Buren raises his hand and asks Lima that what if they come across a dangerous situation that they cannot handle? What should they do in that situation? To this, Lima replies, "It's up to you to handle. If it's a mission you cannot accomplish, then you should know when to give up." That's why the leader's ability to accurately judge a situation is important. He claims that a leader needs to be able to judge what the best response to the given situation should be. Now Dorian raises his hand and asks Lima, "Isn't it bad if we run away from a mission?" Lima tells him that normally it is considered bad, but it depends on the situation too. If you all come across one of the 5 demons and manage to escape, then in that situation that would be praiseworthy. Hearing this answer from Lima makes Dorian happy, because now he knows that running away won't get him into trouble. And seeing his reaction, Buren is confused and speechless. Now, Lima drops the actual bomb by saying that they all have to leave the day after tomorrow. They all are stunned and speechless to hear this, because they have to leave in 2 days, and this is not an easy mission. The kids were surprised, wondering why they had so little time allocated to them. It felt like they were being rushed too much. One person mentioned that the approaching nightfall made them feel even more rushed, squeezing their time down to just 1 day. Lima jumped in, explaining the complex preparations needed for an upcoming monster attack, differentiating it from regular guard duties or dungeon explorations. With a friendly smile, he stressed the potential consequences for the village if they didn't prepare well in advance, advising them to be careful. On the other hand, Buren suggested they could have prepared better if they had been warned earlier. Suddenly, Raon spoke up, ending the growing argument with a firm statement. All eyes turned to him as he reinforced Lima's consistent advice about the unpredictable nature of their missions, urging them to focus on readiness rather than panic. He pointed out that the more they worried about their situation, the less time they would have to prepare. Encouraged by Raon's words, one student admitted he was right, while another agreed that waiting for the perfect moment might not guarantee success. So they decided to take action together. Lima then explained how tough orcs were, highlighting their aggression and superior strength, emphasizing the difference between past skirmishes and the upcoming battle, due to the large size and numbers of the orc enemies. Realizing a direct fight wasn't practical, he suggested a strategy of evasion rather than defense. Advising them to travel light, he set the meeting time for dawn in 2 days, wrapping up the briefing by assuring them they had all the necessary information for now. Later that day, Raon was back at his house and was about to enter his room, but he suddenly noticed a bag next to his door. He felt that the backpack had a lightweight spell on it. He knew that this was sent by Lima, and with the spell on it, Lima was making it obvious that he wouldn't help them with this mission. Raon figured that Lima was trying to say that it's all up to them. But that was okay by Raon. Suddenly Roth called him an arrogant bastard. Asking if he thought that everything would go as he imagined, he continued by saying that anything unexpected could happen at any point. Raon agreed, mentioning how it's just like how Roth had given him all of his stat points. Those words made Roth want to shut Raon's mouth for good, but Raon assured him that wouldn't happen. Suddenly both of their attention turned to the door. As Raon opened it, he wondered who could be visiting him at this hour. He was shocked to see his mum standing there looking mad. With a serious tone, she told him that he should at least let her know if he gets a mission. Nervously, Raon asked her how she knew, wondering if Dorian had told her again. However, she replied that Lima was the one who told her. Inwardly, Raon cursed, thinking, "That darn elf!" He then apologized to her. She stood in silence and looked at him, then held his hand. She told him that being a head student meant a lot more than just being the representative. He needed to lead the other trainees into a better path. So, he shouldn't carry out missions alone. He needed to put his fellow trainees in the right positions to minimize damage and lead everyone to success in the mission. His friends' lives depended on the choices he made. Inwardly, Raun anticipated a lecture, but instead she offered advice. Placing her hand on his chest, she explained that monster raids might appear simple, but they're actually quite challenging. She urged him to ensure the safety of the villagers by eliminating every single threat. Emphasizing that during missions he transitions from a trainee to a Sieghart swordsman, she hoped he would embody the old ideals of their family. Raun admitted he had expected her to yell at him, prompting her to express that she is mad, worried and frustrated too. However, she quickly hugged him, acknowledging it wasn't the time for scolding. She warned him to brace himself for a proper scolding once he get back, but expressed relief that he had gotten brighter after beginning his training. But she could never stop worrying about him. Those words resonated deeply with Raun, reminding him of a past where no one had shown concern for his well-being. Being embraced by someone who genuinely cared felt comforting. The following day, the students stood respectfully as Lima concluded his speech. Stressing the unpredictability of their journey, he urged them to exercise utmost caution and advised retreat if needed. Responding with a unified, "Yes, sir," the students acknowledged his directive. With a nod, Lima bid them to depart, noting that while the journey typically took a month, the road they had built would shorten it to 2 weeks. He wished them luck, and then the students thanked him. Raun then took charge and instructed everyone to line up in formation with 4 rows, moving according to the buddy system they established earlier that morning. Lima watched them with pride and silently acknowledged that he was confident they would succeed because Raun excelled not only in combat and aura, but also in his strategic thinking. Lima was certain Raun would breeze through this mission and return triumphantly, especially considering Raun was only 15. Lima always had high expectations of him whenever he saw him. Meanwhile, Raun reminded everyone to stay mindful of their positions in case of battle, assigning Dorian and Cetane to double-check all the gear and the health of the team members. Suddenly, an instructor approached Lima and inquired if they should follow the students now, noting that at this distance they wouldn't notice if they departed. However, Lima replied, "Not yet," explaining that one of them had particularly sharp senses, referring to Rayon. Then Lima let out a yawn and mentioned he was going to catch a quick nap before departing. The other instructors questioned if it was wise to delay, suggesting they leave immediately. But Lima assured them they should worry about the orcs instead of the students. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit place adorned with skulls, a cloaked figure inquires if the gathered individuals are confident in the information they've provided. One hooded figure kneeling before him confirms, stating they've received certified information that it's that village. The leader nods, asserting that they should proceed, authorizing the elimination of anyone who gets in their way. And with that, Season 1 of this manhwa concludes with 37 chapters. The message on the screen is from the creators. It's been an incredible journey and we can't wait for Season 2.